Nicole. This is Selena.
Oh, hi, Selena. What's up?
I'm at the mall with Mia right now. She gave me your number after hearing that I've wanted to talk to you for a while. I just wanted to say hi again before the wedding.
Of course, my mom loves shopping. I thought we did exchange numbers at the party last week, but I guess both of us forgot.
The party was a blast.
Totally. So the wedding is right around the corner. That's so exciting. We're fortunate to have such a wonderful person like you in our family.
Oh, thank you for welcoming me into your family.
I'm glad to see you getting along with my mom, too. I really appreciate that. I can't see her very often because of work, so it's great that you're able to spend time with her like this.
I enjoy talking with her. We have a lot in common, surprisingly. She's just like Andy in certain ways. It's quite interesting. Listening to her stories about his childhood only made me love him more.
Andy is for sure tall and good looking. He's my brother, so maybe I'm a bit biased here, but I think he has nice teeth too. Not to brag, but he's also financially stable.
I don't think you're bragging. It's the truth. He is very sexy. I can't wait to marry him.
Oh, I've never gone shopping with my mother to this day. Thank you for making time to take her out and spend time with her. You're like her fourth child.
I mean, I do live closer to her and I have my own car. You don't have to feel bad about it. I know it's difficult for you to find time on weekdays.
Thank you so much. Welcome to the family. Adam?
What do you want?
Oh, you're alive. Are you ever coming home?
It's none of your business.
Why are you being like this? I'm worried as your big sis. You can't just tell me to stay out of your business. It's my business too because we are family. It's been 6 months already. Actually, I think it's more than that. Mom's birthday is almost here. Are you coming or not?
6 months already? Meh, I'll think about it then.
Stop acting like a 5-year-old. Andy passed his exam and is now working for the embassy. Look at him and then look at yourself. What are you doing? You're a grown-up with just a high school diploma, unemployed and broke. You're staying at your girlfriend's for free and spending all day playing games on your phone. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?
I'm blocking you if you keep saying those things.
Oh, fine. I'll stop. You don't listen anyways. Your older brother is getting married and Mom seems to be in a good mood because of it.
Cool.
Are you even listening? I feel like I'm just talking and talking at you when you're not paying attention.
I am paying attention.
Can you just make yourself useful for once and come to the party for Mom?
Right back at you.
What did you say?
Whatever. I'll go, okay? Are you happy now?
Yay, you promised. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this, so you better come. Andy!
Hey, what's up?
How are you and Selena? Anything new?
We're both doing well. You're acting strange, but in a funny way. Do you want me to buy you something? You can tell me anything.
No, it's not that. But this particular necklace caught my eye the other day at the mall. JK, I was just looking through some scrapbooks from years ago. I found a picture of you and your ex, and it reminded me of when you were having a difficult time after the breakup. You would lock yourself in your room and didn't come out for days. I'm glad that you found a girl like Selena. You're a totally different person around her. In a good way, of course.
That's true. But there's no need to bring up the past. I've already moved on a long time ago, way before I met Selena.
I agree. There are two sides to every coin. She wasn't the right person for you, and you were more successful in life after breaking up with her. Even though the breakup was really hard on you, that made you focus entirely on your studies. Everybody did call you a genius, even when you were just a small child, but I know how hard you worked too. I panicked when I saw you suddenly shutting everyone down.
Really? I didn't know it was that serious.
It was serious. You had all of us worried. You don't know how happy I am to see you return to your old self. It's all thanks to Selena.
You two are getting along really well. When did you get so close? You know, we technically aren't married yet, so it's interesting how you've become best friends in such a short amount of time.
Like I said, she's a wonderful person. How could I not like her? I love her sense of humor, and she's an easy person to talk to. We only have a big family dinner left until it's the wedding. To me, you guys are already married. What could go wrong? The wedding is going to be held as planned, and we're just looking forward to it.
True. Time really flies.
So, when is the family dinner again?
Not sure yet. Probably it's after Mom's birthday. Our wedding is planned for spring, so we still have some time left.
I can't wait to meet her family, too. I wonder if she has any siblings or cousins around my age. Let me know as soon as the date and time is confirmed. I need a new dress for it, which you will buy for me. Isn't that right, brother?
Oh, I see how it is. I can't say no to that. I'll pay for your dress, but it better not be too expensive.
Yay, you're the best. I love you. You're the best brother in the world.
Oh.
Mom! Nicole, what's up? Where are you right now? How come you're not home? I'm out with Selena. We grabbed some lunch and we're at the mall again. Again? But I wanted to go shopping with you too. She's ahead of me every single time. She spends way more time with you than me. I need to learn from her. She's making me feel like a horrible daughter. You're perfect the way you are. I have to admit, though, that it does feel like having another daughter. She's very easygoing, and I appreciate how she makes constant efforts to be part of the family. She is already part of us. I met her only a few times, but I can tell she's a great person. So, you're at the mall that you usually go to? Yep, the one by Starbucks and Baskin Robbins. Cool, mind if I join? I can get there in a few minutes. I have something I want to buy too. Then we will be at Starbucks. Come find us when you get here. I'll order a latte for you. Thanks.
Nicole, I had so much fun today.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun today too, and so did Mom. Thank you for taking her to the mall and back home today. I should have done it, but I feel like you're always ahead of me. I appreciate it.
No need to thank me. I enjoyed it more than her. I should have checked in with you beforehand, though. I didn't know you were paying her a surprise visit. My bad. I will text you next time.
Oh, no, not at all. I just assumed that she'd be at home. I should have taken my mom to the mall, but I've been putting it off for a while.
Mia's birthday is next week, isn't it?
Oh yeah, Mom's birthday is coming up.
I think we're screwed. I'm awful at cooking, but I don't want to bring takeout either. What is she like? The only thing I can make is pasta, but even that isn't that good.
We usually eat out, especially on birthdays. We just go to a fancy restaurant because that's what all of us prefer. I don't think any of us in the family is good at cooking either.
Really?
We already made a reservation at a restaurant, so there's nothing for you to do. Just come and have fun.
I was gonna sign up for a cooking class, but it sounds like it won't be necessary. I think I still want to take it though, because I want to make good food for Andy as well as you and Mia.
Oh, you really don't have to. On second thought, do you want to go together? If there are any spots left for that cooking class you mentioned, I'll sign up too.
I believe they're still accepting applications. It'd be great if you could go with me. I didn't want to go alone, but there wasn't anyone I could ask to join me.
Same here. All of my friends are amazing cooks. I'm the only one who can't make anything edible or decent.
All right, I'll send you the link.
I forgot to mention the one person you haven't met yet. Did you know that Andy and I have a younger brother?
Oh yeah, Andy mentioned something about having another sibling. He didn't go into detail, and I've never met him, so I almost forgot.
Ugh, he's almost 25 and he still acts like an immature first grader. I have mixed feelings about him coming to that dinner. On one hand, I'm glad that he will be there to say hello, but on the other hand, he's a troublemaker. I just hope nothing goes wrong. He better stay quiet.
You say is a troublemaker, but I feel like he'll be a very gentle and funny person. I've met everyone in the family except him, so I can't wait to say hi and introduce myself.
You're too nice. If he says anything rude to you, I'll punch him in the face.
Oh no, that's not good.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Didn't you say you were also from this area? What school did you go to? Maybe we went to the same high school. Well, at least if you lived around here, then we would definitely have some mutual friends.
My parents did live here for a very long time, but I studied abroad right after finishing elementary school.
Oh, really? I thought we'd have mutual friends we could also invite to the wedding. That would have been fun. But it's cool that you studied abroad. I never got to do it. How was your experience?
Fun, I guess. A little bit lonely, too.
You won't be lonely anymore. You have Andy and me. Meh, we can't count on Adam, but I'm sure he'll like you too.
So, where does Adam live right now?
No clue. He says he's staying at his girlfriend's house, so I'm assuming that he's terribly poor and can't afford to get a room for himself. He is unemployed.
Oh, I see. That must be hard.
Just letting you know I'm not like him. Please don't judge me based on his actions. I know I'm his older sister and should have taken better care of him, but I really tried. He just wouldn't listen.
No judgment here whatsoever. You're a good person, that's a fact. And I'm certain that he's working hard to find a job too.
I hope that's the case. I honestly don't know what he's up to.
He must have his reasons for acting that way. If he is you and Andy's brother, it's natural that he's also a good person like you guys. Let's not pressure him too much.
Yeah, I shouldn't be so harsh. Come on, where are you? Don't tell me you changed your mind.
I'm almost there. Traffic congestion is a thing in the city, you know?
Are you on a bus?
Yep.
What about your motorcycle that you cherished so dearly?
I sold it. Why?
Finally! You finally listened to us and sold that garbage thing.
What are you talking about? I sold it to buy Mom's present. It was old anyways. I'm gonna get a part-time job at UPS and buy a new one.
You're the worst. What's up with you and your love for freaking motorcycles? They all look like junk to me.
Here we go again.
But thank you for not forgetting to buy a present, though. I know how much that motorcycle meant to you. Everyone's already at the restaurant. We're all waiting for you, so try to hurry. Mom's very excited to see you.
Yeah, whatever. I can't do anything about the traffic issue, though.
What the hell were you thinking? How do you know Selena?
Who knew Andy and freaking Selena would be engaged?
What? Why? You know her well? Tell me how you know her. You didn't even say hi or look in her direction. Do you know how awkward it was for everyone? It was supposed to be a birthday party.
It's not my fault. You should just ask her yourself.
You ruined everything. Hey, I have something to ask you.
Oh, go ahead.
Do you happen to know Adam by any chance? I sensed some tension between you and him today. It was kind of awkward. I asked him about it, but he just told me to ask you myself. He wouldn't say a word. Isn't that strange? I have no idea why he's being like this.
There's nothing going on between us. I do know him a little, but it's complicated and irrelevant.
Oh, okay then. I understand, but let me know if you want to talk about it later. I'm right here for you. Selena also didn't say anything. What am I supposed to do?
One thing is for sure. Andy is not gonna marry her. He shouldn't marry her. The wedding has to be canceled right now.
Oh my gosh, just tell me how you know her and why you don't like her. I can't be on your side if you keep everything a secret.
Selena is my ex-girlfriend from a few years ago. This is making me so uncomfortable.
You used to go out with Selena?
She's a chain smoker, used to drink at least 20 shots of vodka every day. She does the craziest stuff when she's drunk. Does Andy know any of this?
No way. That's really hard to believe, you know that? She is just an innocent, cheerful girl. When I was hanging out with her the other day, she only drank Coke. She said she gets drunk easily and that her body doesn't react well to alcohol.
She doesn't get drunk easily, but she drinks until she gets drunk. That's the problem. She knows this too, so she chose not to drink at all in front of you. She can't embarrass herself when there are people watching her.
Really?
Do I sound like I'm joking to you then?
Wow, it's kind of weird that you used to go out with her since she's now with our big brother. But what can we do about it? They are engaged and they have their wedding planned out already.
There's more. It's not just about her drinking habits.
Okay, what else?
She was with someone else while we were in a relationship. I had to hold her hand and take her to the doctor when she was pregnant with that man's child.
Pregnant? Who was the father?
I don't know, don't ask me. He was probably the man she was seeing while she was with me. I've never seen him, so I can't say much about that part. She wanted me to take care of her and take her to the hospital, even though I had no reason to do so.
Oh, goodness. Andy probably doesn't know.
I'm not done yet. Do you still remember where Neaton High School is?
Of course I do. It's next to a small community college.
Yeah, and then from there you walk 10 minutes towards the big movie theater. Then there's a middle school there too. She was a student there, but she got pregnant with one of her classmates and fled to Dublin to study abroad. It was study abroad, but people who went to that school with her all know what happened. I think she was in Dublin for a year or so, and then she gave up and came back. She didn't finish middle school like a normal person, but she took the GED.
Oh, but she's such a kind-hearted person. I've never met anyone so open-minded like her.
Are we talking about the same person, Selena? Because she was a bully at my school. She loved picking on the elementary school kids and forced them into giving her their money. Are you willing to accept her into our family after hearing this? We can't just let Andy marry a person like her. I couldn't say any of this in front of Mom and Andy because it was her birthday party. They don't listen to me, but they'll listen to you, right? You need to tell them what I said and cancel the wedding immediately. Andy shouldn't be fooled by that woman.
I kind of get what you're saying, but I don't know if I have the power to do that. What if they don't believe me? I don't know if I can expose her in front of people I love the most. It'll hurt their feelings.
Then do I tell them? Would that work better?
We can make a group chat and you should tell them what you know. I will support you along the way and back you up. I think that's the best option.
Ugh, so I'm the one who has to tell them.
We have no choice. We don't have that much time either. Andy can't marry her without knowing the truth. Whether he marries her or not is not our priority right now. We just need to make sure he knows who he's getting married to and we'll leave the decision to him. He can do whatever he wants.
Fine.
Hello, everybody. Oh, what is this?
Yeah, this group chat sure has a lot of people in it.
Nicole, what's going on?
Adam and I have something to say, and we need everyone's attention right now.
Wait, Nicole? Let's talk in private first, okay? You can't just do this out of nowhere.
There's no need for us to talk in private unless you're hiding something from all of us.
No, I mean...
Nicole, be nice.
No, you don't get it. Just listen to me and Adam first before you say anything. It's really important. What's the matter? Did you and Selena have an argument? Whatever it was about, Nicole, you should apologize first since she's new to this family. Let's make her feel welcome. Mom, I really wasn't sure if it was the right decision to drag you into this too. We still think you should stay and listen to us because it's very serious and you need to know as much as Andy does. Okay, I'm here. Just get to the point if it's that serious.
Mia, I think you should leave the group chat and let us four handle it. We'll fill you in after we're done. What do you think?
Oh, there's no need for that. If I leave now, then you guys will have to spend extra time repeating the same thing to me. Since they sound very determined, it must be important, so we should just listen to what they say and discuss together.
But I think there are better ways to handle this.
Are you scared for what's about to happen?
Who's scared of what?
Hey Adam, what is it that you and Nicole have to say? Are you planning on marrying her for real? What do you mean? We're getting married for real. Does our engagement look fake to you? How much do you know about your fiancée? What's your point? Is this some kind of test or prank? Neither, just answer my question. Well, I should know everything about her. I'm confident that I do know everything about her. I'm about to be her husband, you know?
Really?
You two are being extremely rude today. Particularly Nicole. What is wrong with you? You're not like this usually. You actually told me that I'm lucky to have a girl like Selena to be my wife.
But I just heard something really strange from Adam recently. And I don't think you know everything about her. If you did, you wouldn't be saying you'd marry her for real. You guys are killing me. Just spit it out. What's going on? What are you all hiding from me?
Selena and Adam used to go out.
What?
Huh? No way. That doesn't make sense. It does make sense. It's the truth. We used to go out a few years ago.
Yeah, like you said, that was a few years ago. That shouldn't be a problem now. We didn't see each other after we broke up. I didn't know I'd run into him like this.
Yeah, okay, I guess that could have happened. It's not impossible, I guess. We live in a small world. I know I'm not her first boyfriend. She's gone out with other guys before me. That's fine. That won't make me feel different about her or our relationship. I've also dated other girls before her, but my heart is set on her now.
Well, I don't know how I feel about it. To me, it is a bit weird. It's not ideal for sure. I hope we can let go of the past and accept her as Andy's fiancée, though.
Exactly. I don't mind, so no one else should say anything about it.
Aw, thanks. I swear there's nothing between Adam and me.
Oh no, we have more. I hope everybody's ready to hear this. There's more.
The girl Andy is about to marry is a girl who got an abortion at least 4 times. Adam, do you still want to marry her? Are your feelings towards her the same after hearing this? I need to process this for a second.
Oh, Lord. How could this happen? Selena, is what Adam said true?
I mean, I changed a lot. I'm a different person now. The old me is really different from the one you know now.
Maybe you're different now, but a person can never change who they are completely. Aren't you still a chain smoker who has the worst drinking habits that anyone can imagine? You would come to school drunk and flirt with all the guys in the classrooms and hallways. That's how you got yourself expelled. You got pregnant not too long after you started middle school and fled to some country calling it study abroad. You weren't even studying there since you quit school altogether after that.
Shut up! How dare you try to ruin my wedding? You don't get to expose me like this in front of your family. Everyone makes mistakes. What's wrong with that? I was only a kid.
Yes, you're right. Everyone makes mistakes because we're human. But your actions were not mistakes. You were pregnant not once, but multiple times in a row. Plus, you were a bully who made other people's lives a living nightmare for fun. Then you went to Taiwan to study abroad, but quit after a year because you struggled to follow the class material. Then you go around telling people that you went to school in Taiwan and finished high school there when you didn't. How are all of these just mistakes?
Nicole, you know me better than anyone else here. You told me I was an amazing person with a kind heart and a positive attitude. Mia also loves me a lot and treats me as her own daughter. I've been really good to her too. Can you just forget about what happened in the past and accept me for who I am at this moment? Please put the past behind you and forget about this conversation. Please, I've changed.
Aw, she's putting on a show. This is fake. Don't believe her. She's just trying to save herself. She sounds exactly like this whenever people try to accuse her of her own mistakes. She has dated so many other guys and has got countless abortions. How can we accept her as a new family member? I don't want a person like her in our house. Andy, you deserve way better. Why are you still with her? I mean, you can't blame me. I really didn't know. You are the smartest out of us three. You should have figured out what kind of person she was without us doing this.
True. Adam has a point.
Hey, I'm not a mind reader.
This is unbelievable. Maybe she did change, but that doesn't mean we can just ignore what you did in the past, right? Trust me, you don't know how happy I was to see you take care of Mom, so I'm just as shocked as she is. I think I get where everybody stands, so let me make this clear. Andy is the one getting married, so it should be up to him to decide. I respect his decision, and right now I don't know what to say. This is too much at once. If he wants to put the past behind him and marry her as planned, then go ahead, do that. But things will be different from now on. I don't think I'll be able to look at her the same way as I did before. I'm sorry to say this, but it is a lot to take in. Selena, I just want you to know this before you make your decisions, too. It won't be the same no matter what.
Mia, I'm so sorry for what happened. I can't do anything about what happened in the past, but I promise you I'll try harder so that you can trust me once again. I know I was a very bad person back then, but I know I can make you proud. Please let me marry Andy.
You won't be regaining my trust, though. No matter how hard you try, your past won't disappear. I've said this before, but I'll say it again. I'm gonna leave it to Andy, okay? It's his life, so he should be able to decide who he wants to marry. Besides, even if I say no, he won't listen to me if he feels it's a yes.
But if you back me up and convince him, then things might be a bit easier. I don't want to drag this on and on. It's stressful for everyone.
I think I need some more time to think about this. I just want to be alone right now. Selena, I'll let you know once I've made my decision. I'd appreciate it if you could patiently wait for me.
Andy, babe, you need to trust me. Think about all the memories we made together.
I need my space. I don't want to talk to anyone at this moment.
You two are such garbage people. Why would you expose me like that? You're just jealous of me and are trying to ruin my life.
Selena, calm down.
Calm down? You really think I can calm down after everything that you did to me? You became arrogant as soon as I started treating you as a real sister. You thought you were the superior one and could get away with this? You don't want to underestimate me. I can be a bully if I want to be one. You wouldn't want that, would you?
Finally showing your true colors. Interesting.
I told you she's nothing but a fake. We need to take a screenshot of her messages so that Mom and Andy can see these too. I'm sure they'll be really happy to see them.
No, please don't. Nicole, don't listen to him. You can't do that. My apologies. I was just upset and couldn't control my anger for a second there. Don't you think it's absolutely horrible to have to go through this right before the wedding?
Don't you think it'll be a totally fake marriage if you get married to Andy without him knowing the truth?
I don't care about whether it's fake or not. I just want to marry him and that's all. What's wrong with that? Who the hell in the world chooses to reveal every single detail about themselves before getting married? When we were together, you didn't tell me anything at all about the girls you've gone out with.
That's not the same. I wasn't trying to shame you for having a lot of ex-boyfriends. The fact that you committed a series of mistakes and never learned from them is the issue here. Our dear brother Andy is a great person. You know that, right?
Out of all people here, you shouldn't be the one to lecture me. You've literally achieved nothing and are just relying on your girlfriend because you're so incompetent.
Adam's right. I agree with him on this matter 100%. It's wrong to have him get married without telling him the complete truth. Now that he knows everything, though, it's completely up to him. If he decides to marry you and can ignore your past, then I'll support him as his sister. I don't get to decide what he does. I just had to do what I did because that was the right thing to do for him. He had to know. Were you planning to hide your past from him forever? That wouldn't be possible.
Oh, wow. This is beyond ridiculous. You're talking as if you've never made mistakes ever in your life. You're just so perfect. That's why you think you can do this to me?
No, I'm not perfect for sure. I won't deny it. I've made mistakes and accidentally done things that I regret now. But I wasn't like you. I never did anything that couldn't be forgiven. And I'm not ashamed of the way I lived my life.
I was talking to Adam.
Even Adam, who tends to act without thinking, never crossed the line. I do call him a troublemaker, but compared to you, he's an angel. He's never committed a crime or hurt other people's feelings. He was always honest about his actions, even though he knew some people would not accept him for who he is. You don't get to say that to him, Selena.
I'm just amazed that we were able to tell Mom and Andy before the actual wedding. Imagine what could have happened if we missed our chance.
You'll regret what you did to me. I'm gonna marry your brother no matter what.
Hey, sorry for dropping the news like that. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, but it had to be done. Selena would have come up with all kinds of excuses if I kept it between her and me. That's why I had to do it when she least expected it.
I understand. I wish it was done a little bit more differently just because of how it turned out. But what you're saying makes sense.
If it weren't for Adam, I wouldn't have known either. No one would have known.
He saved us this time then. I should thank him later.
Where are you right now? Mom's worried about you.
Yeah, she called me a couple of times, but I was asleep and I couldn't answer. I'm at a friend's house. I want to stay here for now. I hope that's okay with her.
It should be okay with her. She was just worried that you were somewhere dangerous. It's good that you're with your friend, though. It's better than being alone.
He doesn't know anything.
Do you think you'll marry Selena? I support you either way. I don't care if you marry her or not, to be honest. I care about your well-being. If she makes you happy, then you should be with her.
I don't know yet. I'm glad I got to hear about her past since she refused to talk about anything related to school, friends, and family. I thought it was a bit odd at first, but I didn't care. Things would have been a lot different if she would have just told me everything on her own without having you guys involved. I don't like it when people lie to me or try to hide things from me. Honesty and trust are essential in marriage.
Yep.
It doesn't change the fact that I enjoyed every second I spent with her. I don't want to give up on our future because of her past. Oh, it is so complicated. There's no right or wrong answer, and that scares me.
We won't rush you, but get back to us as soon as you make up your mind. We're all here for you. After that, Andy has been struggling to decide whether it would be okay to marry her or not. It has been a week already, but he hasn't said a word about it yet. It looks like he needs more time than we initially thought. I'm starting to get more anxious and worried, but a small part of me does relate to him. He knows that he can't marry the love of his life since he's found out everything about her past and actions. On the other hand, he also can't just dump her and cancel the wedding when he's still in love with her. Personally, I just want him to leave her and find someone who actually deserves him. I believe he'll be happier that way. Selena is not someone who can make him happy. She's the type of person who does whatever she wants and pretends to be innocent when she gets caught. She's two-faced and can never own up to her mistakes. I'm not saying this because I'm his sister, but he really is a brilliant person. He's intelligent and caring and hardworking. He's one of the best people I know. I think he deserves a person who is similar to him, a person who is as responsible and honest as he is, a person who does not have to hide her truth to pretend to be someone else she's not.
Hey, you! You're Betty, aren't you? Sean's wife? You witch. You have some nerve. How dare you bring him nothing but despair and misery? You senseless woman. Give him back to me right now. A devil like you doesn't deserve him.
What? Who even are you?
Did you get the wrong number? If only he'd never married you. He could have lived a happy and carefree life. But look what happened instead. Divorce him at once. Free him from his shackles. He made a mistake, but it can still be remedied. It's not too late. Thanks for ignoring me. What's this all of a sudden? You come out of the blue calling me a witch for some reason, and then you're talking about divorce. Why would I do that? Do you know my husband? I don't know who you are, but my first impression is that you're a rather rude person. Shut up, you witch! I don't care what an evil and black-hearted woman like you thinks of me. Your opinions mean nothing. I'm his first and only love, if you didn't know. I'm sure he's told you about me. Did you forget? Or were you simply not listening? I'm Jada. We dated in high school. We were a loving couple who everyone was jealous of. The talk of the town. Huh. No, I don't think I've heard that name before. And if you were dating in high school, then that was a long time ago. He might have thought it wasn't worth mentioning. So, what does the so-called former girlfriend want with me? Why do I have to deal with you telling me to get a divorce? Ugh, I hate how you used so-called to describe me. I am his former girlfriend. Get it right. Anyway, it's obvious. It's because I'm going to be marrying him. In order for us to do that, you gotta go. Say what? Yeah. You see, even after I grew up and became an adult, I could never forget about him. I dated a few men, but none of them felt quite right. They weren't him. So I made up my mind to get us back together. But then I heard he went and got married. Unbelievable. What kind of trick did you pull to make him believe he was in love with you? Well, whatever. That doesn't matter anymore. Betty, your entire existence is in my way. So I need you to get a divorce. Are you delusional? Of course he won't marry you. He's already married me. We dated for a long time until we were sure we were right for each other. I didn't pull any tricks, and I think he was genuine. That's why he proposed. Please give up and leave us alone. I'm busy and have some work to be doing. No way. I think you're the delusional one here. Listen, you don't have to hide it. I know all the details about your miserable married life. Even since your wedding, he has gone through all kinds of things. A traffic accident, a serious injury, his company going bankrupt. I suppose. They happened over the last 2 years. It's an unfortunate coincidence that such big disasters happen so close together, but there's no helping that. All we can do is pray that things will get better. See? It's probably all because he married you. Marrying a witch bestows misfortune upon him. My poor Sean. Things won't get better until he gets away from you. Hold on. You mean to say those were my fault? That's impossible. I had nothing to do with them. No, it has to be true. That's the only explanation. It's all your fault. You're the reason all those things have happened to him. He was doing just fine before you showed up. That's why I can't let him stay married to a sleazy witch like you. It's for his own good. And by marrying me, he'll be fixing his mistake. He'll be making the choice he should have made all along. Starting today, we'll be rebuilding our broken bonds and starting anew as a couple. We'll have a wedding and everything will be perfect. There's a lot to unpack here. Long story short, I won't be divorcing him. I have no reason to. We're in a loving, happy relationship where we support one another. So there's no way you're getting back together. Keep dreaming, far away from us. Huh? But there is. Sure, you're still married, but only on paper. His heart isn't in it. I'm sure deep down he's actually been waiting for me. I don't want to keep him waiting for much longer. That's why I want to marry him as soon as possible. In other words, our hearts are one. So saying we're getting back together isn't a delusion. It's a fact. You sure are doing some mental gymnastics up in there. Shut up. I know you're his wife and all, but that's about to change real quick. So give up on him. He's mine. We got back together after 10 long years. Finally, we've been reunited. And starting from today, I'm his new wife. Okay, what the hell are you even saying? What? No fair. That's my line. I don't understand a word of what you've been saying. Like, it doesn't make sense. If you really were that serious about him, why did you two ever break up? Why did you wait until now to contact him? And you can't say you've got back together without having his input. This is all just a fantasy. You can't claim to know what's going on inside his head when you haven't talked to him in 10 whole years. At this point, I know him better than you do. What did you say? We broke up because we graduated and were going to separate universities. And then we both got busy. I thought I could forget about him, but I couldn't. And neither could he. But he married you to fill the void in his chest that I left. We're meant to be. You're distracting from the main issue. And that's how he's wanting to marry me. Oh my god. No, he doesn't. Would you stop it already? If anything, he seems really happy to have married me. He'd make a coffee for me every morning before he goes to work. And he tells me he loves me every day. He's so much more cheery and full of life. He always goes the extra mile for me. He wouldn't fake all that for 2 whole years. There's no way that's true, you witch. Deep down, he's miserable. That's just how he's coping. He's too nice to do otherwise. If you really believe he's happy with you, then I'm going to have to show you proof otherwise now, don't I? You'll see. Sean no doubt wants to marry me. And I'll bet he'll say so himself. You can cry all you want then. Hello, Barbara. It's been a while. I have something I want to ask. Do you have the time? I'll try to make it quick. Oh, Betty. It has been a while. What's the matter? Did something happen? You see, I just got this weird message from someone claiming to be Sean's former girlfriend. Do you happen to know anything about her? I thought he's never dated anyone other than me before. How strange. I might need more information. Well, it seems like they were dating back in high school. Does that ring any bells? And she's wanting to get back together with him. Like, to the point she's already claiming they're married and she's demanding I divorce him? I guess sometimes there are stories of people suddenly getting back together with their high school sweethearts. But what do you even do when someone from 10 years ago suddenly comes at you saying things like that? I think something prompted her to want to contact him. I thought maybe they recently bumped into each other somewhere, but that's not possible since he's overseas. Do you have any other ideas? Is she telling the truth? Oh, you're talking about Jada, aren't you? That Jada. She's such a bright and lively girl. I still remember the day my son introduced me to her. So polite and thoughtful. Don't you think she was a better match for my son? It's a shame they broke up. She would have made him much happier than you ever could. Pardon? Oh, I don't know. I might have told her something like, my son made a big mistake and married a witch the other day. That could be why she's so determined to get back with him. What a wonderful girl she is. Always looking out for others. So in other words, you're the reason she's trying to get back together with him? I suppose that's what that would mean. We just so happened to run into each other again recently. She was going back home and she happened to be passing by. She is all grown up and, my, she's become a real beauty. If my daughter-in-law was as cute as you, I'm sure my son would be much happier. It sort of slipped out without thinking. It's true, though. From the moment I met you, I always thought you were rather ugly. But if my son thought he loved you, then I'd let it slide. At least, that's how I felt at the time. Huh? And oh, that sweet Jada. She's such a good listener. I only intended to have a small chat with her, but before I knew it, we couldn't stop talking. I wound up blabbing about my son's situation, too. Oopsies! Silly me. I see. So that's why she knew so much for some reason. And why she was calling me a witch. You were behind it. Mm-hmm. And? How about it? Do you feel like divorcing your husband now? Huh? If she contacted you, then you must have talked about all sorts of things together. My son needs a good woman who can support him. And with that in mind, you've understood good and well that you're no match for Jada, haven't you? There's no one who'd love my son as much as she would. Don't tell me you've also been hoping we divorce. Of course! Who wouldn't? Ever since he married you, nothing but bad things have been happening to him. I'm sure you're some kind of witch cursing him. That's why I want to get you away from my son as soon as possible. Sorry to say, but I have no intentions of divorcing him. It's not about whether or not I'm a good match for him, but rather which of us he loves. And it's me he chose. He's happy. So why don't you leave him be instead of butting into his love life? I'm going to be going now. I'll pretend I didn't hear any of this and forget about it. God, you're sure taking your sweet time. Would you hurry up and divorce him already? He's been telling me that he wants to get back together after all. What are you waiting for? It's divorcing time. Chop chop. What? Surprised? That's right. I managed to get a hold of Sean himself. And he was absolutely ecstatic at the idea of reuniting. He said as much after I told him my feelings. And he felt the same way. He agreed that he's anxious to marry me as soon as possible. Say what? My husband wouldn't say something like that. That doesn't sound like him at all. I understand why you wouldn't want to believe it. I'd want to die if I were you. But it's the truth. Oh, and I heard from his mother that he's currently working overseas, isn't he? Then I bet he gets a big fat paycheck. If his job is wealthy enough to have him working overseas, then they also must be a huge company. It sounds like I got my cushy future as a housewife in a bag. Do you know what's gonna happen to you, though? Yes, you'll be on your own. Excuse me? He has no need for a wife who won't move with him when he's working overseas. Don't you think it's lonely? He's providing for you, and this is how you thank him. He wants to marry someone who he actually loves and will always stay by his side. For his sake, won't you divorce him? I'm telling you, my husband wouldn't say something like that. Have you got the wrong guy? Of course not. And he understood everything I was talking about. If he was some rando, he wouldn't be able to keep up. Hurry up and face reality already, you witch. His life is going down the drain all because he married you. He agreed with me. If you truly think you care about him, then divorce him at once. I'm sure he'll be much happier when he marries me. Oh, I am definitely not going to be divorcing him. I don't believe you when you say you've managed to get in contact with him. Again, I understand why you don't want to believe it, but it doesn't change that it's the truth. Ever since we graduated high school, He's never been able to get me out of his mind. He loves me more than some witch who'll be so selfish as to stay behind in the country and leave him on his own. And oh, we also had such a nice, steamy conversation over WhatsApp. You did? Really? That's strange. My husband doesn't have a WhatsApp account. Nor does he have a phone. Huh? Yep. That's why no matter what you say, I don't believe you. It doesn't make sense. I mean, how did you contact a guy who doesn't have a phone while he's out of the country? It's not like you can meet up with him in secret. And he's never made an account. Tell me, how did you manage to contact him on WhatsApp then? Wait, hold on a second here. You're telling me he doesn't have a phone? In this day and age? Nor does he have a WhatsApp? You have to be kidding me. That's absurd. How does he even live like that? Well, think what you want, but it's true. He only carries around a laptop, and he gets by quite fine like that. And he doesn't even have WhatsApp installed on it. What? You heard that he was involved in a traffic accident, didn't you? You see, his phone broke in the collision, and he never replaced it. His current workplace provides him with a phone for company business, so that's good enough for him. He can take it easy and talk to me no problem after he returns, too. If that's the case, he felt having a PC was more than enough. He can go relax in his room and have a nice chat with me there. We do it almost every day, in fact. No way. That can't be right. I've been in contact with him. For the past week, we've been sending WhatsApp messages to each other every day. Oh, I know. He must have sneakily bought a phone behind your back. That's not unheard of at all. You're his wife, yet you don't even know that much? Pathetic. No, I don't think so. There's no way he could. See, I gave him the family credit card that's under my name. Aside from necessities, he can use it to buy personal items as well. For example, I can see whatever he's buying overseas immediately. I also oversee his checking account and made it so he can't withdraw from it on his own. He needs me to help him with that. What? Really? As such, it's pretty much impossible that he'd buy a new phone behind my back because I'd see it. Neither of us are the type to have cash on hand when we're out and about. So I really am curious. Jada, who exactly were you talking to? Because it wasn't my husband. He has no phone and he doesn't have a WhatsApp. How exactly were you contacting him? What do you mean? Of course it had to be him. There's no one else it could have been. The name on his account matched up perfectly. Just to confirm, but you haven't even talked to him over the phone. You've only been talking through text? That's right. He said he's overseas and the connection's bad over there. But he could at least send me messages even if he couldn't talk. What convenient excuses. So you can't prove it's actually him then? You know, it's possible that someone's impersonating him. They took his name and sent you messages acting like it was him. Some people are really good at conning others. Maybe it was even a friend of his. That'd explain why they knew so much. Huh? That can't be right. But his mom was the one who told me about his account. Is that so? Now, isn't that interesting? Well, I'm gonna go and contact her to see what's up with that then. Talk to you later. It's you, isn't it? You're the one who's been impersonating my husband and leading Jada on with all those messages. You've been caught red-handed, so don't bother trying to hide it. And I'm telling you right off the bat, that's weird as hell. You were flirting with her. Oh, shut up, you. It's Sean's fault for being so hard to reach. I had to step in for him and take his place. Otherwise, she was going to get away. What kind of excuse is that? I mean, he was transferred abroad. But because he said he wouldn't buy a new phone, I can't get in contact with him. That sweet and innocent Jada came back around, and yet I had no way of telling him. I had to hold her for him until he came back. Okay, so let me get this straight. Once he got back home, You were going to bring her up like, divorce your wife and marry this girl instead? Yes, that's right. That's my plan for how I'd get you away from him. You witch. And you expected that to go over well with him? You know, I think you're the real witch here, Miss Barbara. You still don't care about his feelings even one bit. I beg your pardon. Do you have any idea who you're talking to? You're calling his mother a witch! You have some nerve. Do you think you're in any place to be saying that to me? Injured in an accident. His company going bankrupt. And on top of that, you won't have him get a new phone. And you're making it so he can't withdraw his own hard-earned money. I heard it all from Jada. You can't keep hiding that forever. My son is not your ATM. Yes, that's right. And he's not your ATM either. That's why I'm protecting him. Now you're never going to be able to get his money ever again. As a mother, aren't you ashamed of what you've been doing? Huh? After the accident while he was still in the hospital, I checked his phone and oh boy, I was shocked at what I saw. It seemed he was trying to hide it from me this whole time. But Miss Barbara, you were siphoning money from his bank account. Immediately after the incident, you were still sending him messages demanding money over WhatsApp. What do you have to say for yourself? No way. You saw those? Yep. As a good son, he was letting you have $1,000 a month. At one point, he was even giving you $2,000. He denied you sometimes, going, I can't do this anymore. But you'd always blow up at him, and he'd let you have the money anyway. I said it before, but I'll say it again. My husband is not your ATM. Well, I know, but... And then his company was absolutely horrible to him. He was still undergoing medical treatment in the hospital, but they didn't care. They were all, hurry up and work already. If you don't, we're going under. We don't have enough people on board. If that happens, are you going to take responsibility? They bombarded him with messages like that when he was supposed to be resting. I also heard they'd make him cover other people's quotas when they missed them. Don't you think it's only natural that a company like that should keel over? A business who can't hire enough employees and pay them well shouldn't exist at all. But we're in a recession right now. Cut them some slack. Oh, right. Sorry. You can't say anything bad about that company, can you? Since it's thanks to you that he was working there in the first place. You introduced him. Your relatives are all involved with managing the company. No, that's not it. It seems that Sean didn't want me to worry about him. That's why he was hiding the fact that he was giving you his money, as well as the situation with his company. I wouldn't have found out without that traffic accident. I suppose that's one good thing to come out of that. Imagine how much longer this would have gone on for. As his wife, I decided I'd take matters into my own hands. I made it so you'd never be able to contact him again. His phone breaking in the accident was a lie, by the way. And even if you did find a way to contact him, I've made it so you can't get money out of him. No way! Man, just as I thought, I finally got him out of your claws, too. You just had to send some weirdo to try and marry him. I'm at my limit with this nonsense, so I'll be making it so you won't be able to contact me next. I'm changing all my contact information. My husband and I won't ever see you again. You're going to do what? Don't worry, I'm not deciding anything for him. He's also been wanting this for a long time, so he's totally on board with the idea. Huh? Now then, goodbye. Don't come anywhere near my husband nor me ever again. I can't believe this. I thought we were getting along so well together chatting on WhatsApp every day. I thought I had him. Finding out it was some old hag instead is the worst. Gag! I mean, from my point of view, I think it's hilarious. I don't. None of it's funny at all. And on top of that, my heart has been deeply wounded. And you're responsible for all of it. You better pay me reparations for the emotional damages you caused. Excuse me? I'm the one who got mixed up in your in-law quarreling, right? In other words, I'm the victim here. Take responsibility and pay me. The one who dragged you into this mess was Miss Barbara. Why don't you get her to pay? I'm also a victim here. Why is a victim demanding compensation from another victim? Of course, I tried doing that. But she claimed she couldn't since she's living on a pension and ran away. So you better pay me instead. If you won't, then hand Sean over. I'm going to become the high-class, elite housewife who lives overseas. I'll make everyone green with envy. What? You still haven't given up on Sean? Isn't it obvious? He's working overseas. That's a fact. As his former girlfriend, there's no way I can miss out on a catch like that. I'm sure he wants to get back together with me too. Ask him yourself. I bet he still has feelings for me. His former girlfriend. Who are you again? Huh? That's what my husband has to say about you. He says he didn't have a girlfriend in high school. Say what? No way. What are you talking about? We were dating. I mean, I guess we were only dating for like a week. But that doesn't matter. We were each other's firsts. That 1 week was a week to remember forever. Oh, are you the one girl who he dated for a week who more or less traumatized him? What? I heard it from him. A girl he liked confessed to him, and they started dating right after. But she told him, this was just the trial run for me. I wanted to see how it'd be like. I never cared about you. I have someone else I wanted to confess to for real, actually. So we're breaking up. He was thrown out like trash after 1 week by his first love. It seems to have affected him a lot. That's why he didn't date anyone else until he met me. Oh. As a result, he doesn't count that 1 week you dated. That's why he says he didn't date anyone in high school. Wait, he's pretending it never happened? You did that to him, yet you have some nerve to be calling yourself his former girlfriend. After stepping on him, you heard he was working overseas and began regretting that you let him get away, didn't you? What an unpleasant person you are. You saw the money and that's why you bothered approaching him again. What the hell? What's so bad about that? We all have our regrets. Oh, right, I have a message from him. I have no intention of getting a divorce. And I don't want to get involved with someone who broke my heart like that. Please don't ever contact me ever again. So, yeah. What? No way! And I'm going to respect his wishes. If you try and contact us again, I'll deal with you appropriately. If you understand, then stay away from us. Now then, goodbye. I blocked the two of them immediately after that. From what I heard, apparently my mother-in-law tried to appease Jada. She goes to the airport every single day, waiting for the day he comes home. But I have something to confess. He was never working overseas to begin with. His new workplace is located in the city, and he's been taking it easy while working, all while he's still in the country. And so he's currently living with me. I just told his mother whatever would get her off our backs. But it seems she took everything I said about him working overseas very seriously. So I think it's for the best that I don't correct her. And then there's Jada, who's been going to all the reunions for elementary, middle, and high school. Wow. She's scouting any of her former classmates who were hot or had good jobs. She's really shallow, huh? From what I've heard, she came off as a little too desperate. And she was banned from coming to future events.
Diane, you said you were taking David to the doctor today, correct? So, how did it go? What did the doctor say? Hello, I'm asking you a question. What did the doctor say?
Oh, Anthony, are you sure you want to know?
Well, that's why I'm asking you what you heard from the doctor. Did they find something wrong with our David? Is that why you're hesitating?
She said something about autism. The doctor told me to take him to see a child psychiatrist for more information, but she's pretty sure he has autism.
David has autism? Nah, you must have heard it wrong. I don't believe it. I think she's mistaken, and we need to see another pediatrician for David. She doesn't know what she's saying. Did you just leave like that, or did you ask for more checkups?
I just left. I'm actually about to see the child psychiatrist in 5 minutes because somebody canceled their appointment this morning, so they have a spot for us. Sorry to drop the news like this, but I'm also very shocked to hear this.
This is giving me a headache. David is only 2. How can anyone be sure whether he has autism or not? A 2-year-old can barely do anything.
But you have to understand that autism is something that people are born with. It's totally possible to detect signs of autism even when it's a baby who can't talk or express emotions.
But we can't just accept that our son has autism because of what one doctor said.
You're absolutely right, but I think he is autistic, and that's what scares me. He never makes eye contact with anyone, not even with me. I've never seen him smile, and he barely makes any noise in general.
Not every baby makes loud noises, babe. And maybe our child is just on the quieter side compared to other ones.
Believe me, this is very shocking for me too. I just hope that you're right. Maybe your baby is just an extremely quiet one and there's nothing wrong with that.
I'm as shocked as you are, so let's be patient and wait for the child psychiatrist to say something. I'm not too worried, to be honest. I think our child is fine. Call me afterwards, okay? Where are you? Are you still at the psychiatrist's? I was waiting for your call, but it's been a few hours and you still haven't told me anything.
Oh, sorry about that. I did get to talk to the psychiatrist.
That's good to hear. The doctor that you went to see first was wrong, right? There's no way our child is autistic. The doctor is just a pediatrician, not a psychiatrist. There's definitely a difference, and we shouldn't have trusted her from the beginning. She doesn't know a thing about how a child's mind works. I was stressing out for nothing. Plus, we had to spend all that money for those meaningless checkups.
Anthony, stop. David is autistic. The psychiatrist confirmed it. We're on our way home.
That can't be. Wait, is autism curable? Geez, I'm not very knowledgeable about it, so I have no idea if it's something permanent or not.
There's no cure to autism at this moment. Scientists are studying it, but for now, there's nothing we can do. We just need to be on alert for any symptoms associated with it and help him in various ways so that he can live a normal life like the other kids. At least something close to normal.
Okay, thanks for letting me know. We should discuss this further when I get home.
Anthony just called and told me everything. Is it true that David has autism? I need to hear it from you to believe it. How can my precious grandchild be diagnosed with autism? He's my only grandchild.
Yes, Tiffany, we're all very surprised to hear this. This is not easy to deal with, and I especially was so shocked to hear it from the doctors.
Oh my goodness.
But the child psychiatrist confirmed it, and it looks like David is autistic. I panicked at first, but I've come to terms with it. I can't be panicking when he needs our care and support.
Oh, Jesus Christ, I can barely breathe.
I'm sorry, Tiffany. I didn't want this either, and this is all very confusing. I don't know why this is happening to us.
What did you do to him? Why would he be diagnosed with autism or whatever if you properly cared for him?
Sorry?
Did you already forget what I said when you were pregnant? As a mother, your focus has to be on the baby at all times. You need to feed the baby several times a day and will not likely have time to eat proper meals. That's the rule, and that's what a mother is supposed to do. Did you not listen to my advice?
No, it's not that, but I'm really sorry that this happened. I don't know what caused him to be autistic. I still need to research more about this, but I'm so sorry for making you worry.
It's too late. David is autistic, and nothing can fix that. He will need extra care like speech therapy, special education, etc. Who knows how much money that is? So much money when you don't even work. I feel bad for Anthony. All of his money will be spent on a bunch of therapy sessions that won't even do anything.
It's true that he needs more help and support than other kids, but we will try our best to make it work. I am confident that we can get through this.
That's what you think. You sound optimistic right now, but have you never thought about how Anthony will struggle? Money is one issue, but what you need to think about is your husband. Don't you feel sorry for him? His son is autistic and will probably be a whole lot different from the other kids at school. How can you not look at this from his perspective?
But Tiffany, what about me? We're talking about our son. It is not easy for either of us. While he's at work, I'll have to be with my son 24/7. I'll probably have to stay by his side even after he's over 18 due to his condition. Anthony and I will both struggle to some extent.
Maybe you misunderstood. You and I are not biologically related. We're only family because you married my son. Why do I have to be concerned about someone who I barely consider as family?
I mean, I still think we're a family. Also, as much as Anthony is struggling to understand this, it's difficult for me to take in as well. You didn't have to say those things that make me feel worse.
I don't care if I made you feel worse or whatever. I don't have the time and energy to think about that right now. What do you want me to do? Do you need a cheerleading squad to cheer you up because I said one small thing that pissed you off?
That's not what I'm saying.
My life was not easy when I was younger. I was hoping for a better life after getting married, but it was still not easy. I was once again getting hopeful and looked forward to spending time with my grandchild, but that failed too. All of my friends are busy spending time with their grandchildren. Oh, I'm so jealous. I don't think you're paying attention to my words, so I'll stop for today. But if I ever see my son in distress, I'll be very unhappy with you. Anthony, how are you doing? You're eating all right.
Oh, Mom, I am so exhausted these days. For some reason, David has trouble walking in a straight line, and he trips over his own feet all the time. He cries every time that happens, and it's freaking annoying. Diane is wearing the same pair of leggings and the same sweatshirt every single day. She barely wears makeup, and she has massive bags under her eyes. Seeing my wife with my son stresses me out instead of making me happy. I never expected this kind of life. I never wanted this. It's making me somewhat regret getting married to her because I feel so sorry for myself.
Oh, my precious son, I know this is very difficult for you.
I'm trying my best to, but this is not something that I want. I think about running away every second.
Anthony, can't you just get a divorce and start over? You're still young, so I'm sure it's more than possible for you to find a new, better woman to marry.
Oh, stop it, Mom. I know how much you care about me, but there's no point in saying that.
It was just a suggestion.
Right, your suggestion is not very useful because guess what? I've been in a serious relationship with this woman for a while.
Really? Who is that woman? Oh my God, why didn't you tell me sooner? This is great news. I'm so happy for you. I need to meet her in person immediately.
She's a 25-year-old violinist, super young and super pretty. Diane looks like an old granny next to her. She's gorgeous with a nice body, and she is the nicest person in the world. She's very polite and respectful to others. She's perfect for me. I couldn't have asked for a better girl.
She's a talented musician and is pretty and has the best personality. She does sound like a perfect girl indeed. You two are perfect for each other. I think I like her already.
Oh, we love each other very much.
What did I tell you? Diane isn't for you. You are too good for her. I said this multiple times and you still married her. Now look what happened. You deserve someone way better than her, and it looks like you finally found that person. You should have waited a few more years to get married. Then you wouldn't have had David to deal with.
Well, Diane wanted to get married even though I told her that I wasn't too certain about our relationship. I didn't want to be rude and make her feel bad, so I got married. Thinking back, that was a big mistake on my part. Like you, I'm a kind-hearted person, and I couldn't say no to her proposal.
What's your new girlfriend's name?
Her name is May. She's been hinting at me that she wants to get married to me ASAP. She doesn't seem to care that I'm married and have a child of my own.
That means she's really into you.
Should I just file a divorce today and start living with May?
No, let's be more rational right now. May sounds like a great girl, but who knows what'll happen in the future. What if you get a divorce only to find that May is in love with another man? She's younger than you, so she can change her mind anytime she wants. We have to play it safe. For now, don't let Diane find out about you and May. Just keep things as they are and pretend that everything is normal. Meanwhile, you need to have a baby with May so that she won't leave you even if she wants to.
Wow, Mom, you are so smart. How did you think of that? I think this plan is perfect. I will do exactly what you said. You're the best.
We're in this together. You need to pat yourself on the back for getting such a beautiful girl, too. My son is so handsome and attractive. In a few months, you'll be able to escape from Diane and start a new life with May.
I can't wait. May is the dream girl I've been waiting for. I should have listened to you when you opposed our marriage. Then I wouldn't have had to go through a divorce to be with May.
That's why you need to always listen to your mother and discuss before you act. This is what happens when you ignore me and marry a girl like Diane.
I'm sorry about that, Mom. I'll make sure I ask you and get your permission before making decisions. Did you have a chance to take a look at the documents that I left on the kitchen table?
No, I didn't. You should have handed them to me before going to work. David was crying all day since he woke up, so I didn't even have time to wash my face.
Yikes, why is he crying for no reason? I assumed you didn't. You would have flipped out if you did. Anyway, they're divorce papers and forms. I would like you to fill them out by tomorrow night or as soon as you can so that we can get a divorce.
Divorced? Are you being serious? I don't understand where this is coming from. How come you didn't talk to me about this? Can we please talk about it face to face before we decide?
I've already made my decision and there's nothing that you can do now. You just need to sign them and get them to me by the end of tomorrow. The faster, the better.
Can I at least know why?
I met the love of my life and I want to be with her forever. She's a lot younger and prettier than you. Her personality is great too, of course. She gave birth to our baby yesterday, so our divorce has to be taken care of ASAP. I hate to rush you, but please, cooperate.
What? How long has this been going on behind my back?
For some time. Our baby is a very handsome and healthy boy. I can show you pictures of him if you want.
Then that means you've been seeing her while you were still living with me and David? You should have told me when you found out she was pregnant with your baby.
Correct. The past few months have been especially stressful. Overall, my life with you and David was awful, and it was so hard for me to put my mask on and act like I care. You don't know how many times I thought about running away from you to be with my love. Literally every second was hell.
You were barely home, and it was always me looking after him. Yet I tried to be understanding, and I respected your own time and space. I never complained about anything when things were not that easy for me either, so you can't just do this out of the blue.
I know this isn't ideal, but you gotta give me some credit for putting up with you for so long. And hey, I never got caught.
This can't be happening. How could you do this to me? How could you do this to David, your own son? Are you out of your mind? What would David think if he finds out that his father left him for his girlfriend and her child?
No. How could you do this to me? You're the one who needs to reflect on your actions and apologize to me. My life for the past few years was a mess because of you and him. You owe me an apology, not the other way around. Do you know how much of my money was spent on his hospital bills and therapy sessions? It was my money that you just wasted without thinking. You're lucky that I'm not asking you to pay it back to me.
Are you serious right now? Are you drunk? You are a piece of garbage if you actually believe that money was a waste. It was for your own son, not a random stranger on the streets. The fact that he's autistic shouldn't affect our love for him. He's still our child. You're a monster.
That's right, call me a monster all you want. I'm a monster, so what? Maybe I'm a monster only to you. Have you thought about it like that? You don't want to live with a monster, so just sign the forms and leave me alone. I'm busy, I gotta go see my adorable little baby. Oh, he is an angel. You'll fall in love with him once you see him in person. By the way, just letting you know that I can't come home today.
Go to hell. Tiffany, it's me. This is urgent. Did you know everything from the beginning?
What do you mean by everything?
I'm talking about Anthony seeing another girl behind my back. Did you know or not?
Oh, that. Geez, you sound so serious. I was aware of it. Why do you ask? Do you have a problem with that?
Do I have a problem with it? Of course I do. In fact, I have so many problems with it. I don't even know where to start. Does any of this make sense to you? Cheating on your wife when your own child is ill and then declaring a divorce one day because the girlfriend gave birth to their baby? Are you okay with this? As a mother, can you accept such behavior?
It makes perfect sense to me. Are you trying to force my Anthony to stay by your side to look after David? David is a pain. I can't watch my own son struggle and be tortured like that. He needs to find his own happiness, so please let him go.
He's not tortured by anyone or anything. He needs to be there for David as his father.
You're the one not making sense. How dare you try to ruin my son's life?
What did I do? We got married because we loved each other. He wanted a kid right away, even though I wanted to wait a year or two. Everything was his decision.
You're the mother. It's your fault that David is the way he is. If you'd been more careful when you had him and ate the food that I made for you, you would have given birth to a non-autistic baby.
That's not how autism works. You can't just make up excuses to put the blame on me. Anthony and I should be in this together for our child. Instead, he's running away like a baby because he's scared.
You will be there for David, so that should work. Anthony doesn't have to be dragged into it and suffer with you.
It's like talking to a wall. You're not willing to listen.
What did you just say about me? I feel like I'm talking to a wall too. You're not the only one. Take some time to think about what I said and it should click. You're not in a position where you can say such things to me or to Anthony. Sign the divorce papers as soon as you can. That's all I ask. And let Anthony be happy for once. He tried his best, you know, but it didn't work out. I will make sure he pays for child support. It should be more than enough, but still let either of us know if it isn't.
Yes, Tiffany, I understand. I'll read over the documents and get them signed by tomorrow. We will get a divorce and he'll be free since that's what he wants. I realize I can't live with a man who abandons his own child, so this is the best solution for all three of us. You have nothing to worry about.
Good. Take your stupid child and leave.
How have you been?
Oh, Diane, it's been a while. I was starting to get worried. I've been really busy lately and didn't have time to call you. The restaurant is doing extremely well and I might need to hire more workers. Overall, I'm doing great.
Really? That's amazing. Last year or so, you told me your restaurant wasn't doing that well and considered selling it.
Back then, it was like that. We barely had any customers, but luckily this year, things are looking very different.
Your hard work paid off.
Well, tell me how you're doing. What have you been up to? I want to hear all about it.
Mom, I'm getting a divorce.
Divorce? You and Anthony are getting a divorce. This is totally unexpected, dear. I always thought you two were perfect for each other. I never thought I'd hear the word divorce from you.
We were perfect for each other, but not anymore. That was only before David was diagnosed with autism. We used to be a power couple together, back in the old days.
Let me guess, he's asking for divorce because he can't stand being around David.
Basically, yeah, but there's more. He had a girlfriend and recently she gave birth to a healthy boy who's probably not autistic. He adores that baby, even though David is also his child.
That must be a joke. How can a person do that? He can't just abandon his wife and child. This is unacceptable. On top of that, he was cheating on you and has a baby with his girlfriend. I can't believe it.
Now he wants to be a legal father to that baby.
Diane, go ahead and sign the papers. You don't need that man in your life, and David won't need him either. He asked for a divorce and he will get it. You cannot possibly live with that psycho. I won't allow it.
I already signed those papers. I just need to turn them in. I wasn't going to, but Anthony and Tiffany both desperately wanted me to leave. They don't want to see me or my boy, so there's no point in trying to convince them.
Jesus Christ. I thought Tiffany would be different. She's a mother too, so I expected her to take your side in this situation.
Nope. She knew it all before I did.
They will both go to hell for sure. What they're doing to you is unbelievable. That's why I told you to watch out for men like him. There are a lot of people who are fake and pretend to be someone they're not.
Who knew Anthony would become like this? He's a totally different person now.
Divorce him and come here by tonight. Pack up your things and live with me. I want to see David too. I haven't seen him in a long time.
Is it really okay to do that?
What other choice do you have right now? Do you have a place to live? You have an autistic child with you. You can't just sleep on the streets or stay at a friend's place. Don't argue with me and come.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'll start packing. Are you satisfied now?
More than satisfied. I'm so excited to start a new life with my love and my adorable child. This is what you call heaven. To be with the ones that you love. I've waited for this moment for years, and it is finally here.
Good for you.
Well, it's not looking too great for you. David still needs his therapy sessions, and those are like $100 per session, right? How are you gonna pay for those?
Why do you care about his therapy? You left us, so it's weird that you're asking those questions. I will figure it out myself, so you should just focus on your new wife and new child. It's what you wanted, so enjoy it while you can.
Don't tell me what to do. And of course, I will focus on my new family now. I wish you the best of luck. You'll need it if you're still planning to live with that useless child.
I hope we never, ever see each other again. This is the last time we talk to each other. After this one, it's over for us.
I want to know everything about the interview. How did my precious boy do?
Yeah, the interview ended just now. The article should be up by tomorrow morning. The reporters were very impressed with him. And next week, I think he's going to be on the Oprah Winfrey Show, but we'll have to see.
Oh, that's so exciting. I can't believe this is happening. Who knew our little David would grow up to be a math prodigy? Your marriage might have been a failure, but David is certainly the opposite of that.
I know, right? I'm so proud of him. There are a lot of professors from prestigious universities interested in meeting him too.
Your ex-husband who gave up on him without trying could have watched a YouTube video or read a news article about him by now. He has had so many interviews, and I'm sure everyone in the country has heard about him from somewhere. Anthony might regret his actions.
I have no idea, but that's possible. I never received a single penny from him for child support. I guess he and his mother were lying when they promised me that they'd pay child support until David becomes 18. It doesn't matter. I don't need any money from those people. I only need you and my son. I don't even know if they're alive or not because I haven't heard from them at all. It's like they just disappeared into thin air.
Right. We don't need those people in our lives. I'm pretty sure they never intended to pay anything. You can't just forget about what happened, but I want you to put the past behind you and focus on the present and the future for David. Let's support him to the best of our ability. That should be our goal. I believe in you.
Yes, I only care about David and his happiness. I don't have time to think about anything else. This is all thanks to you, Mom. I want to say that this would have never been possible if you weren't there for us. David has become famous because of his own talent and success, but I know deep down that you're the reason why he was able to discover his passion for math in the first place.
Oh, thank you for saying that. That means a lot to me. I suggest we throw a big party to ourselves tonight. We should celebrate today's interview's success. How does that sound?
Sounds lovely, Mom. We're on our way. See you soon.
Hi, Diane. You remember me.
Who is this?
This is Tiffany.
Tiffany. Who's Tiffany? I shouldn't have a person called Tiffany texting me like this. Oh, I remember. You're my ex-husband's mother.
Yes, that is correct. You remember me, right?
Yes, and I believe you have the wrong number, ma'am. I divorced Anthony, so there's no reason for us to interact again.
Well, I'm glad that you still remember me.
Of course I remember you. It took me a second, but I would never forget you, unfortunately. How could I forget a woman who gave birth to a psychopath that left his own family for another woman and her baby? It's been 13 years since we last saw each other. I honestly thought you wouldn't live this long. It's surprising to see you alive and well. Seriously, how are you still alive?
David has become quite famous. There are a bunch of news articles, TV shows, and podcasts starring him. Our boy is a genius.
Our boy. Did you just call David our boy?
He is extremely intelligent for his age. How did you manage to pay for his therapy and others? Especially things that are related to academics. Did you hire a private tutor? Or maybe you put him in a private academy for prodigies? Those things all cost money.
Excuse me, but my boy David is more intelligent than you think. He didn't need any outside help and he studied on his own. That's how he won all those math competitions, including the most recent one, the International Mathematical Olympiad. So I didn't need to spend any money when it came to education. Several nonprofit organizations, math labs, and world-renowned mathematicians have reached out to me to offer him a place at their institutions. Thanks to them, he was able to reach his maximum potential without failure. You might disagree to what I'm about to say, but I think I gave birth to a fine boy.
Good for you. It's a relief to hear that you two have been doing well.
Get to the point, Tiffany. What made you reach out to me after 13 years? And how did you get my new phone number?
Diane, I'd like to apologize for my past actions. I was wrong. I should have been more considerate, and I regret it very much. My sincere apologies.
I don't understand the purpose of this apology. It almost sounds fake to me because it shouldn't have taken you this long to admit your mistakes. Did Anthony's new wife file a divorce because she got sick of him? Is that why you're asking me to accept you and take you in? Because I seem rich? Or did you just decide to accept David as your grandson after discovering that he's a prodigy?
Anthony is in a psych ward right now.
Psychiatric ward.
His new wife, May, passed away soon after their marriage. It was a rare disease that I don't even know the name of. He was a single father for a long time, only to see his son go to prison for murder. The child made friends with the wrong people and killed a person while selling drugs.
Oh, wow.
He started drinking every day and became a terrible alcoholic. He became very aggressive and began to lose control. I had no choice but to send him to a psych ward because I didn't know what to do. please save me. Please save him. If you kindly forgive us and help us out, I'll do everything you say for the rest of my life. I can work as a maid for your house, and I can also cook.
This is too funny. I'm at a loss for words because this sounds too good to be true. I can't find the right words to describe how funny this is. Tiffany, have you heard of karma before? This is the perfect example of karma. You abandoned us and kicked us out when we were at our lowest, and karma slapped you right in the face. You rejected your own grandchild, and now look where you're at. You deserve it.
And that's why I want to apologize. It's late, but I mean it.
After seeing the grandchild you rejected on TV, you assumed we'd be rich and had money to share with you. That's exactly why you're acting all genuine and sorry, but I won't be fooled. In fact, I feel like throwing up after talking to you and listening to your apologies. They gave me goosebumps all over my body. I wish you could be here to watch me throw up. Maybe that's going to make you realize that what you're doing is pointless.
I'm genuinely very, very sorry. I'm old and I don't have that many years left. Can't you just be a bit more generous and accept my apology? I'm literally begging on my knees.
That's not necessary. You're old, so you need to take care of your knees better. Besides, I don't intend to accept your apology, not even one bit. You're wasting your time and energy by repeatedly saying sorry when you don't even mean it. And FYI, my mom still remembers your face and Anthony's. She says she will beat you to death if she ever runs into either of you. Scary, isn't it? My mom is also true to her words, so if she says she's going to do something, then she will definitely do it. So my suggestion is that you should never contact me ever again and focus on looking after your son. It must be really hard for him right now. Don't y'all find this ridiculous? Cutting ties with your own son because he's autistic and marrying another woman to have a healthier baby, and then his mother has to beg on her knees for forgiveness? Some people might say I'm heartless and should have accepted her apology, but I could immediately tell that she was doing it for our money. It was obvious that she never properly reflected on her actions. She just one day saw David on TV and thought he was making a lot of money, and that got her attention. She was not financially stable after everything that happened, and seeing David gave her an idea. After I basically threatened her to stay away from us, I never heard from her, and I have no idea what she's doing now. My son continues to exceed my expectations and has become a successful mathematician and physicist. He received a full-ride scholarship to Oxford University and will graduate next year or so. I used to doubt myself and my son all the time because it just looked so hopeless for us. I wasn't sure if I could be the ideal mother that he needed. But nobody's perfect, and it took me a while to realize that. Right now, I'm just happy with my amazing son and my kind mother.
Hey, Julia. Did you get home safely?
Hi, Henry. Yeah, I just got home.
I'm sorry I couldn't drop you off myself. I needed to take my mom and sister home.
That's okay. I understand.
I'm sorry for today. You must be very uncomfortable. My mom and sister are not usually like that, but I guess they're sorry to see me getting married and get away from home. I apologize for them. I hope they didn't offend you in any way.
You don't need to apologize. I understand how they must feel. I wasn't particularly uncomfortable.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am sure. You're the only guy in the family, but now you're getting married and going away from home, so they must be sad.
Glad to hear that. I was so worried if you were on pins and needles. Still, I feel like I owe you an apology.
I said it's okay. You don't need to worry about it. You know I don't keep anything in my mind for long. I'm okay, so stop apologizing about it.
Thank you for coming out today. It was pretty far from your house, and it should have been quite the drive. Thank you for the fruit basket, too. My mom seemed delighted.
Don't mention it. Thank you for arranging the dinner. So now we're preparing for the wedding for real, aren't we? It will be super hectic as we need to look for the venue on top of everything else.
First things first. We should talk about how we're going to get a place to live. We have a million other things to talk about after that. Should we meet after work at Lori's? We can talk about it over dinner.
Sure. After work sounds good. I'll be at Lori's by 5:30. See you tomorrow. Sweet dreams.
Honey, are you sure it's okay? The more I think about it, the more I feel like it's too much.
Hey, it's just a house for both of us. It's not too much or anything. I'm not getting a commercial building in the middle of New York City.
I mean, I'm so sorry and shameful to your parents. Grooms usually get a house, and here you are. A bride is getting one for both of us. Are you sure your parents are okay with that?
My parents were the ones who brought it up first. They always wanted to buy me a house when I'm getting married. I'm not the one who asked for it. So we should be grateful for it and accept it. You know we still have to pay for the mortgage even though it won't be a lot, right? They put down more than 70%, so monthly payments should be easily affordable. We should work hard to pay it off though, okay?
Thank you so much. You know what? I should get the furniture then. What do we need specifically?
We need all the essentials. We need a TV, couch, bed, and rice cooker to start. We don't need fancy ones, just the ones with reasonable price and specification.
Wow. I'm the luckiest guy in the world who is getting married to the most beautiful, kind, caring, and smart girl. I can't ask for more. How in the world am I marrying a girl like you? There's no one like you in this whole wide world. You know, I heard a lot of people can't come to an agreement for the wedding and furniture. Some of my friends ended up breaking off their engagement because they figured out that they are so different from their fiancés, and they felt like they won't ever be able to reconcile with each other. Usually a bride-to-be wants fancy and expensive stuff, but you are a smart girl asking to get a reasonable one. This is one of the many reasons why I love you.
I think you're exaggerating. The cost of venues has gone up lately, so we should choose it carefully and review every inch of it.
Definitely.
We'll be almost done with getting ready for the wedding after we decide on the venue.
I'm glad things are getting ready easier than I expected because I thought it might take a while to do everything.
I know. I didn't expect my parents to buy us a house so willingly.
I'll be a good husband to you and a good son-in-law to your parents. I can't thank them enough.
I'll have to be good to you, too. We should respect each other in a marriage, not just one way. Anyway, we can call it here for now and let's go to sleep. We can search for the venues tomorrow and make a reservation right away if we find the one we like.
Sounds like a plan. It's so late already. Sweet dreams.
You too. Sleep tight. See you tomorrow. Hi, Julia. Do you have a second?
Who is this?
Ouch, you forgot me already? It's me, Josephine Barnes.
Josephine Barnes?
Oh, Henry's little sister. How are you? How did you get my number? I don't think we exchanged numbers the other day. I asked Henry for your number because I wanted to ask you something. It's not like you're upset that I asked for your number, right? Of course not. Why would I be upset? We're going to be a family soon. What was that you wanted to ask me about? Great. I'm asking this after thinking about it for so long. I was anxious to know. You said you lived in Europe for a long time, right?
Yes, that's right.
So I guess you had a lot of European boyfriends?
Why do you ask?
I heard you lived in Paris for about 15 years, so I thought you must have dated a lot of French guys. I'm sure guys won't leave you alone, you know, thanks to your pretty face. How many French guys have you dated? Were they French only or other Europeans, like Italian and British? Oh, you're anxious to know that kind of stuff. I'm sorry, I don't know what to say. Damn. You must have dated a dozen of them since you're not telling me. You can tell me. I'm not going to tell Henry or my mom. We're in the same age group, and I totally understand about your ex-boyfriends and love life. There's nothing to hide, is there?
Listen, I'm not trying to hide anything. I just don't want to talk about it. I believe it's none of your business. Frankly, I had no time for boyfriends. I was focused on my studies. I went to Paris to study fashion, and the fashion industry is very competitive.
I needed to focus on my studies to not get behind, and I couldn't afford to have a boyfriend. You're a liar. I have a feeling that you are a party girl. I saw in movies that the French have hot parties every weekend. They drink, smoke, sleep around, and whatnot. So hot, right? That's what happens in the movies, yet the reality is very different. I didn't party at all, and I never had a French or European boyfriend. Is that so? Okay, I'll believe you. Okay. Hopefully you don't ask me such personal questions ever again. It's pretty unpleasant and uncomfortable. Hey, I was just playing. You don't have to be so sensitive about it. You're making me uncomfortable as you're being so sensitive about it. Then help yourself and don't ask me about it ever again. You should consider how I feel when you ask me questions like that. Why should I worry about your feelings when I want to know what I want to know? How would you feel if I asked you the same question? Would you gladly answer to my question? Geez, okay, I got it. I apologize, Julia. You can stop now. You don't have anything more to ask, do you? I'm kind of in the middle of something right now. Nope. I think I got the answer to what I wanted to know. Okay, then. I'm going back to work. I'll see you at the wedding.
Hi, honey. How was your day today?
It could have been better.
Did Josephine text you today by any chance?
Yeah, she did.
Damn. Was she being unreasonable? I'm sure she was.
You could say that. She was asking me if I have dated European guys and how many of them. She kind of accused me of being a party girl just because I lived there. I guess she was just wondering about it. It made me a little bit upset, but I just let it go.
Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. She owes you an apology. I apologize for her. She's still a child. I'll tell her not to ask you such nonsense questions. I'll tell her not to be rude to you and be disrespectful. Hope you feel better. Please?
I think I'm okay for now because I'm not that type of person who bears stuff in mind. I'm a bit worried about after we get married, though.
I know. It might be even worse after we get married.
But I guess I can manage it. I'm getting married to you, not your little sister. You're the one who I'll face every day, and probably I'll get to see her only once in a while. So I think I know what to do. I don't want to make things complicated and put you in a weird position between me and her. I will just not pay attention to what she says.
There's my girl. You're so generous and forgiving. I look up to you, honey.
Nah, it's just who I am. By the way, my parents finished the escrow this afternoon. All we have left is that we move in before the 10th of next month. These are the pictures. Take a look at them and let me know if you like it.
Wow. It looks like an enormous house. I'm impressed. Everything looks good to me. I'm so flattered to have a place with you that we can call our place.
The pictures look bigger. My mom said it's not as big as it seems. It's about 1,400 square feet.
That's our first house together. I'm so excited. We should build our life together in that house, right? I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of life we can make together. You and I, maybe with 2 kids, 1 girl and 1 boy, ideally. It makes me happy just by imagining it. Again, I'm so grateful for your parents. I'll be the best husband, I promise.
Hey, you've done enough. I'm looking forward to building a family with you, too. Henry, may I go to sleep? I don't know why, but I feel exceptionally tired today.
Oh, of course. Go ahead and sleep. I'll wake you up tomorrow morning by calling you. Sweet dreams, honey.
You too, honey. Thank you for understanding. See you tomorrow.
Hey! Are you back from your honeymoon? Did you get home yet?
Hi, Jane. Yes, we got home half an hour ago.
You should have called me right away the moment you got home. Why didn't you call me?
Oh, I'm sorry. It was so hectic that I needed to unpack and clean up first. So much stuff to do.
Jeez. Both of you are the same that don't know how to respect your parents.
I'm sorry. I'll call you on time from now on.
Don't be mad. I'll take it for now. By the way, are you free tomorrow? I'm thinking maybe I should visit you guys tomorrow.
Tomorrow? How about next weekend if you have nothing going on?
Next week? Why? Do you have plans tomorrow?
No plans because we will be tired since we just got home. I think we need to rest the whole day in order for both of us to go back to work on Monday.
Henry doesn't feel tired even when he pulls all-nighters for days. Are you making excuses because you don't want to be bothered by your mother-in-law?
Not at all. Why would you say that when you know I love you? I would love to see you. It's just next weekend will be better than tomorrow.
I'll take it as a yes. I'll be there for dinner tomorrow and then sleep there. Let me see how nice the house looks that your parents bought for you and my son.
Well, our house is not that big, so there's nothing much to look at. But if you would like to do that, please be my guest. You're coming alone, right?
Nope. I'm coming with Josephine. Why would I leave her behind when I'm coming to her brother's house? She would love to come to your house and spend time with you guys. It would be a great opportunity for you two to get along.
Oh, okay then. Please text me when you're on your way.
Why should I text you when I'm visiting my son's house? Oh, fine. I'll text you tomorrow. One more thing. Josephine and I are allergic to shellfish, so make sure not to cook shellfish. You can grill a ribeye steak instead.
Well, I was actually thinking of picking up something instead of cooking. How does that sound?
How dare you try to pick up something when it's your mother-in-law's first visit to your home after your wedding? You should have the decency to cook yourself. Make sure to cook. Don't even think about getting it from somewhere and pretend like you made it. I'll know right away.
I'll have to clean the house and get ready for you guys. There might not be enough time to do grocery shopping and cook myself.
I don't care how you're going to do it. Just make it work. Make sure you prepare the food yourself and don't ask Henry to help you. I never had him to pace his feet in the kitchen.
Oh, well, yes, ma'am.
See you tomorrow. Hey, your house was indeed very cramped. I thought it would be at least as big as my house. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of house my son got to live in, and it was utterly disappointing.
Excuse me? A 1,400 square foot house is actually spacious for us since there's only 2 of us with no kids.
It should have been more than 2,000 square feet. My Henry hates it when it's not spacious enough. He might have not mentioned it to you, but he should feel uncomfortable.
Henry is very comfortable every day. He goes to sleep right at the moment he lies down.
Are you talking back to me right now? You're very rude, aren't you? I thought you were from a wealthy family, so your parents got you something like a 3,000 square foot house in Beverly Hills. But it wasn't even close to that. It was worthless. I was a fool to expect something better than this.
I'm sorry. I don't make as much as to afford the one you mentioned.
I didn't like you the moment I met you, and you're still that girl I didn't like, even after you got married to my son. I'm not going to visit you guys anymore.
I understand. It should be the right thing to do not to come to our place anymore if you feel uncomfortable. Let us know when you miss Henry. We'll rather go to your place.
Look at you talking back to me again. Fine, I got it. I don't care if you come or go. Just don't talk to me anymore. Talking to you makes me very exhausted. You won't be able to hear from me from this point on.
Honey! Ta-da!
What the hell is this?
What do you think it is? Look at the ultrasound picture. I went to see an OB/GYN today. I'm pregnant and 12 weeks along. My period is irregular, so I thought it's late again this month. But I was actually pregnant.
I see. Congratulations.
What is that? This is your baby that you really wanted since day one. You're talking like it's someone else's business. Are you not excited? Are you not happy? I thought you would jump up and down for being a dad.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm jumping up and down right now. But I'm in the middle of something very important, so I'll call you later during lunch break.
Is that so? Okay then. Make sure to call me, okay? Hello? You said you will call me during lunch break, but you didn't.
Oh, that's right. I must have forgotten.
What's up with you lately? You're forgetting a lot of things. Should I be glad you didn't forget about me? You're always weary with no energy when you come home after work. Is there something going on at your work? Are they laying off people or something?
No, nothing's going on.
Then what is it? Are you mad at me? You need to tell me if you are and what you're mad about, because I will never know if you don't talk to me. I don't have superpowers to read your mind.
I said there's nothing you need to worry about. Why don't you take my word for it? Please, just leave me alone.
I don't understand why you are not excited about it. You've been desperately praying about a baby. That was all you talked about all the time, wasn't it? You don't think you can handle it?
It's not that. It just feels surreal that I'm going to be a dad. It feels weird that I will be called as someone's dad instead of Henry Barnes.
That doesn't even make sense. You'll still be Henry Barnes even with the baby.
Just stop talking. That's how I feel, and you can't stop me feeling whatever I feel. And I'm very busy, and I don't feel comfortable texting you at work. Don't text me or call me when I'm at work. You know people are getting laid off, even from mega companies like Google and Meta due to the current economic downturn. Now our baby's on his or her way. I don't want to get laid off just because I keep texting and talking to my wife instead of working.
You were always at risk of getting laid off, and you didn't give a damn about it until now. You know what? Fine. I'm not texting you. Hey, Julia! I heard you're pregnant. Hi, Josephine. You must have heard it from Henry. Yes, I'm pregnant and 12 weeks along. Oh, really? That's hilarious! Why are you laughing? It's nothing. It's hilarious that you have no idea what's going on. My belly hurts because I laughed so hard. What do you mean I have no idea what's going on? What are you talking about? It's nothing significant. By the way, what's the gender? Is it a boy or girl? It's unknown yet. Gender can't be determined until later, around 17 weeks or so. Whatever it is. I feel bad about the baby already. You keep saying stuff that I don't understand. I don't see what you're trying to say. Is there something I don't know about? You should tell me. I won't be able to know if you don't talk to me. You won't get it even if I tell you. Maybe you don't want to know? You should figure it out yourself about what I am talking about right now. Henry has the answer. Poor Julia. So funny. I'm genuinely happy for your pregnancy. Congratulations! Are you Lily Ferguson? Who is this? Did you say, who is this? Who do you think I am? Oh, you must be Henry's wife, Julia. Nice to meet you. I didn't expect to meet you like this. How shameless of you to say, nice to meet you to me. Do you even have any idea what you're doing? Yeah, I think I know what I'm doing and what I signed up for. Shut up and go away if you do. I'm not that kind of person who begs you to leave my husband. I'm not someone you can take easily. What if I say no? What if I say I will keep on staying next to Henry and being with him? What did you just say? Henry loves me, and so do I. It's not just a fling, we're genuinely in love. He said I'm the love of his life, and he is so sick of you. It seems you're the one who should be out of here. Henry wants to be with me, not you. You should know that by now. You must be immensely mistaken. I'm the one who is legally married to him and the society approves of. It looks like you're the one who should be out of here, not me. Right? I don't want to. I had slept with him. I went on a trip to New York with him last month, and he even gave me a big present that I've been wanting for a while. He did things with me that he didn't do with you. And he gave me things that he didn't give you. Don't you realize that the woman he loves is me? I'm telling you, you're the one who should leave him, not me.
I can tell you're a little girl and immature. The way you talk and think tells me how foolish you are.
Julia, you're embarrassing me. You're saying such things because deep down you know that he loves me and all you can say is that you're his wife legally. You should go away before you get to face even worse things. I'm sure you don't want to see me having his baby, do you?
Is that so? Did you say I'm embarrassing you? Okay, I'll go away. I can do that. But you know what? I was well known as the crazy German Shepherd of San Jose. You know why? Because I won't ever let it go once I bite. Now it's going to be you that I bite on. You'll have to pay for what you started. So look forward to it. You'll see what I'm talking about soon. Take care. Hope for the best. Jane, Josephine, say something.
I'm impressed. I thought it'll take some time until you find it out, but here you are asking about it. You're smarter than I thought. Good job.
Okay, I heard it from Henry. Don't you think you're going too far, though?
What do you mean?
You've lived in Europe for about 15 years, and you should be able to understand him. What does that have to do with this? Listen, I heard it's pretty common that people cheat on each other and see multiple girls and guys at the same time in European culture. I'm sure you would be familiar with that culture, so I don't understand why you're making such a big deal out of it. You should have done it yourself, too. Are you saying you can do it, but my son can't? Is it a lie that you lived in Paris? You wouldn't be so mad about it if you actually lived there and experienced the culture. This conversation is such a waste of time. But for the record, I didn't lie about it and I actually lived in Paris. And am I obligated to forgive him just because I lived in Paris where people have free love lives?
That's so funny. I was the one who introduced Lily to Henry. I guess you didn't mention that part.
What did you say?
Lily is one of my closest friends. One day I was having lunch with Henry and she stopped by as she was close by. She fell in love with Henry at first sight and she asked me to introduce him to her. You know what's funny? Henry was delighted to be introduced to Lily. I'm sure you don't know about this, but he has been complaining about you and your attitude only after a few weeks he was married. He was so tired of you and he needed something to make him happy again.
Still, he's married. Why would she love a married man?
Well, Lily knew that Henry was married, but she still had feelings for him, and he liked her too. They knew they will be caught someday eventually, yet they still didn't care much about it. They said something about you're not worthy enough to be worried about. I think the timing is unfortunate that you realized it when you're pregnant.
All of you knew about it, and I was the only one who didn't know about it. You did all this behind my back having fun. Stop it. I thought I would be happy to be married to you in the beginning, but you were problematic and annoying as time went on. I was so tired to see you always arguing with my mom and Josephine, so I needed a breakthrough. I wanted to see a pretty girl who was in her 20s, and it was indeed refreshing and thrilling. Why would I say no when someone like Lily loves me? I'm not interested in your love life, and I don't want to hear one more thing about it. I'm not saying this twice. What are you going to do with your baby that I'm pregnant with? Get an abortion. What the hell did you say? I said get an abortion. I don't want that damn baby. Things are so twisted and you ended up having my baby, but I didn't want to have a baby with you to begin with. That's absurd. You were desperate for a baby. I don't care. I'm breaking up with you. Now you know everything, we can't continue this marriage. I don't want to breathe under the same roof with you, and I'm sure you don't want that either. I don't want to live with a woman I don't even love anymore just because we're a baby's mom and dad. It's not ideal for the baby either. Let's get a divorce. It would be sooner the better. I wouldn't have married you if I had any idea that you're such a horrible person.
Not to mention your pathetic family. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, does it? I regret it so much that I want to turn back time if I can. On the bright side, I should say better late than never to realize what kind of person you are. I think God gave me a chance to run away from such a horrendous family. Yeah, you can babble all you want. I feel bad about you being kicked out like this. But hey, you should say it correctly. God gave my brother a chance to run away from a horrendous woman like you. Shut the hell up, you stupid witch. You, your mom, and your brother make me sick. You should all go to hell. What did you just say? You need to apologize right now. Sure, if you want to get a divorce, I will get a divorce. But I'm going to file for alimony and try and sue for anything I can. I'll make sure Lily is labeled as a mistress who broke someone's family and make her pay for it for the rest of her life. I'm going to have this baby and sue for custody as well. Be prepared for it. And Josephine, you stupid rat. I'm the one who needs an apology from all of you. But it's not even worth it. And I don't want to talk to you trash for any more seconds. So shut up and piss off.
Sure, do whatever you want to do.
Are you serious? You said it yourself, right? You know I'm going to do it if I say I'm going to do it. I'm a very determined person. Ouch! We're not scared at all. How dare you try to threaten us with your shallow words? Hey, you failed at raising kids, didn't you? It's so hilarious that both of your children are even dirtier than garbage. What did you say? You only have 2 of them, and both of them are not even close to being decent human beings. You should be disappointed, but I see that they're what you made. I'm curious how your life will be when you are so old and lying on your bed that you can do nothing but wait to be dead. Well, I'm going to get going now. I'll be out of your life, but not gently. I wished you a terrible life with that young bitch for the rest of your life. You're such a slut.
Hi, Julia. How are you doing?
Who is this?
It's me, Henry, your ex-husband. How have you been? I've always been wondering how you were doing. How can you be so cold and not even call me once?
Oh, the infamous Henry Barnes. I was having a good day and you ruined it. I've forgotten about you and you made me remember who you are. Now I feel like crap.
That's a bit harsh, don't you think?
Why did you text me?
Listen, Julia. I know I'm a loser who is so shameless and can't be forgiven, but can you forgive me anyway for this one time? I think I was crazy or something. I owe you a big apology.
That's so hilarious that my belly hurts because I don't think so hard. Oh, are you drunk? High on drugs? Or did you get an Alzheimer's disease? Did you forget how we ended up getting a divorce? You left me because you loved some other slut so much. That's how our relationship ended. What did you just ask me? For forgiveness?
Please help me. We lost everything to an investment fraud and the entire family is literally about to be out on the street. Can you please give me our house back?
Our house? Oh, the one your mom couldn't stop complaining about how small it was, right? Oh well, I sold that house and moved a long time ago. And last time I checked, my parents bought me that house, and how dare you ask me to give it to you?
Oh, please. You're the only one who can help me. You're the only one I can count on.
What the hell are you talking about? You should talk to your mistress, not me. By the way, you didn't forget about the child support for this month, did you?
I'm begging you like this because I don't have that money. Like I said, I'm about to be thrown on the street and I can't even afford a burger. So if you can help me this one time, it would be greatly appreciated.
Cut the crap. I literally don't care if you're thrown on the street or in front of a bus. You should get a job shoveling up dog crap in the park. That would be perfectly suited for someone like you. You're none of my business, and I don't want to waste even 1 second talking to you. You're absolutely worthless and nobody to me. I'm telling you again, don't be late on the child support if you don't want to be thrown off in jail. I'm going to block you from now on. So don't even try to call or text me. Henry was such a scumbag who left me and my daughter to be with his mistress. After I got a divorce, I didn't give up, but had my daughter and raised her to my best. Now I'm learning about management at my parents' company, and I'm expanding it inch by inch with a guy who still loved me as I was, even by knowing what I went through. I heard my ex-husband's family lost everything to an investment fraud, and moreover, he ended up in jail because he failed to pay me child support on a timely manner. He was freed after he had negotiated to pay me for $1,500 a month. I'm planning to live happily ever after with my daughter without things that cause me a headache. I'm looking forward to a happy life.
Hey, Helen, my love. Are you happy leaving without a word and ditching your husband like that?
What do you want? I can't believe that you have the nerve to text me after all that happened.
We're married after all. Do you have a problem with receiving texts from your husband? AKA the man you chose to love? Why do you sound so grumpy today? You should be more sweet to your husband.
I have nothing more to say to you. Make this quick. I'm not in the mood to listen to your complaints or whatever gibberish you have to say this time.
Okay, relax. Do you have some money I can borrow?
Money? You were asking if I have some money that you can borrow. Do you really think I do, or are you just trying to make fun of me?
I'm dead serious. I'm asking for money. My mother is terribly ill right now, and I don't have enough money to provide proper care for her. When you decided to marry me, we became one big family, so it's your duty to support my mother. Even though you two are not biologically related, you have to serve your duty as my wife and help her out. I just need about $20,000, but feel free to send more if you can.
$20,000. I don't have that much money on me right now. I'm not giving you a single penny, even if I was a billionaire. You can get a personal loan from a bank or beg your friends for money, but don't come to me asking for money.
What, you think this is some kind of joke? You ran away and are hiding somewhere, but I know where you are. I can easily find you if I put in the effort. Do you want me to find you and beat you up like I used to?
You don't scare me. I'm not the young, naive Helen that I once was. I escaped hell with my precious daughter, Rose. I did everything I could to feed her and send her to school. I've seen and gone through all kinds of things that were worse than living with you. Your threats don't mean anything to me.
You're acting tough, but I know you're scared on the inside.
I could have taken my revenge on you, but I decided not to because you're still the father of my daughter. So don't ask me for money and stay away from us.
Okay, Helen, I see how it is. But I'm not the same old Steve that you remember either. You'll regret it. Rose, my dear, how are you?
Dad? Is it really you?
That's right, this is your dad. How are you feeling?
I'm doing very well, Dad. The doctor said I don't need any surgery in the future. I'm totally fine. Why did you reach out to me after all those years? Why now? Why couldn't you come and see me before? I was in the hospital and wanted to see you, but you would never visit.
No, I wanted to see you, of course. I miss you so much. I don't know how this will sound to you, but it was because of your mother who insisted on keeping me away from you. She didn't let me come in to see you, and she blocked my number so that I wouldn't be able to call you.
What? My mom would never do that. She doesn't have any right to keep you away from me. You're my dad. Why would she do that to me? She knew I wanted to see you.
I have no clue. It's very unfortunate that this had to happen. I know it might be too late, but I wanted to stay by your side and your mother's. I want us three to be united and live a happy family. Can you bring it up to your mom and maybe convince her? I know she has some grudges against me, but I'm sure she'll listen to you if you suggest it.
Really? You mean it? You're really coming back to me? I thought you left because you hated me.
I'm your father. No father ever hates his daughter. I loved your mother, and that's how you were born. You were a gift from God. For some reason, your mother lied to you and left me one day. I searched all over the country looking for you and your mother.
I'm so disappointed in her. How can she do that to a person?
Please, just try to convince her to take me in. I want to be a good father to you and make up for the time that was lost.
Of course, Dad. Trust me, I'll do everything I can. How could you do this to me? You're the worst.
What are you talking about? Don't talk to me like that.
Why didn't you let me see my dad all along? He told me that he searched the whole country for me, only to find out that you were the one who kept me hidden from him. Why didn't you tell me any of this? You saw me get bullied at school because I didn't have a father. All of my friends had both parents and I was so jealous of them, but I didn't say it in front of you because I didn't want to hurt your feelings. But you betrayed me.
Don't tell me you were talking to him behind my back.
He reached out to me first. He was able to get in touch with me today because you've been getting in the way all these years. I'm so disappointed in you. You knew I always wanted to see my father. Why did you do this to me? Why did you have to lie to me and hide the truth? Are you really my mother? Do you even love me?
Rose, there has been some miscommunication between us. I will explain everything, so calm down.
There was no communication whatsoever. I don't even know what my father looks like because of you. If only I could see him in person.
I'm trying to explain it to you. Things were very complicated back then, and I wasn't sure how to properly tell you everything. Now I'm ready, so just be patient with me and hear me out.
I don't want to listen to anything you say. I can't trust you anymore. I only trust my dad, so bring him back to me and then we can talk.
Steph, have you heard from Rose by any chance? You saw her in class this morning, right?
I was about to call you. She was in class every day, but she didn't look too great since yesterday. I could tell that there was something going on. Is she all right?
Oh no, is that so?
Should I be worried? Is she not coming home? Do you want me to look for her?
She hasn't come home since yesterday, and I don't know where she is right now. I don't want you to get involved in this mess, but it looks like her father said something to her recently that made her lose her trust in me. She was extremely upset and confused, and she refused to listen to anything I said.
No way! He's out of his mind. Do you know what he said to her?
I think he told her that I was the main reason why he couldn't get in touch with her, which isn't completely wrong, but
I saw it with my own eyes how he was cheating on you. I can't believe he had the guts to lie to her and victimize himself like that. So you didn't tell her the truth yet?
I didn't because it would be too much for her to process. I know I should, but I haven't figured out the best way to do it.
I respect your situation, and I don't want to cross the boundary by saying this, but I strongly believe that Rose deserves to know the truth about her father. I know how hard you worked to feed her, buy her nice clothes, have a roof over her head, send her to school, etc. You've done all these things as a single mother, and it was not easy. She shouldn't blame you for what happened, and that's why she needs to know what her father did to you ASAP. She tends to listen to me pretty well, so I'll try to sit down with her and get her to listen to you, if you give me your permission to do that.
I would appreciate that. You're only 2 years older than her, and she does think of you as more than just a cousin. She looks up to you and sees you as her role model. I don't know how to thank you enough for everything you've done for her.
Not at all. Don't mention it. She's a wonderful person to be around. I'll find her and talk to her, so please relax. Rose, where are you?
Why do you need to know where I am?
Your mother told me what happened. She's worried sick right now. You need to go home and listen to what she has to say.
Why are you taking her side? I don't feel like talking to anyone right now, so just leave me alone.
Hey, I am on your side. I know that this can be difficult and you're confused. You probably feel like you've been lied to for your entire life and you don't know who to trust. And that's why you're frustrated. Because you feel alone and you don't know where you belong.
Exactly, but my mom doesn't understand.
But Let's try to be more rational for a second and think about your best option here. Ignoring your mom won't help you in any way. She just wants to clear up any misunderstanding and will respect your decisions.
What misunderstanding? I know everything now. She blocked my dad's calls and texts so that I'd grow up without a father. Am I wrong?
That is true. She didn't want you to see your dad, so she shut him out completely. But I want to ask you to think about why she did that. What made her do what she did?
Well, I never thought about it that way. You have a point.
Rose, I'm about to tell you something really important, okay? I'm very serious right now. You were born with both your legs detached from your hips.
What?
I'm sure it's a shock to hear that, but it's true. Until you were 1, you were relying entirely on your muscles and not any joints to move. You had to go into a few surgeries as a baby because without proper treatment, it was likely that you wouldn't be able to walk at all in the future. My mom and Aunt Helen still talk about how scared and anxious they were. I was only 4 probably, but I still remember how they were just pacing back and forth in front of the operating room. Neither of them spoke a word, but I could tell that they were freaking out.
Is that why I'm a little bow-legged, or is that irrelevant?
It could be from that, plus the fact you learned to walk so late in your life. You developed a habit of kind of sliding your feet because you were afraid of walking normally, since it would be painful for you. I don't remember that much because I was very young at the time too, but you should know that your mom tried her best to help out. She looked into different hospitals and treatments herself to find the best solution for you. Another important thing you need to keep in mind, though, is that I saw your dad cheating on her many times.
My dad cheated on my mom? How come no one told me before?
You heard me. Your dad was cheating on your mom even when she was pregnant with you. So there's no way he cared about you or your condition. Also, he never helped to pay the hospital bills.
He didn't care about me at all? Even though I was sick and needed the most care?
Oh, there's more. He used your mom's, my mom's, and grandma's names for personal loans because he was addicted to gambling at the time. I don't know if he's still doing that now, but we were able to pay off all our debts just 2 years ago. It was really difficult for all of us for a very long time.
How come I never knew about this? I didn't know anything and I said such awful things to my mom. What do I do?
Don't blame yourself too much. At least you know now.
God, I hope she forgives me. I hurt her feelings and shattered her heart like that. What if she doesn't want to see me?
You know your mom the best. She cares about you too much, and I doubt she's angry. I think she's stressed and worried because you've been missing for more than a day now, and this has never happened before.
You're right. I'm gonna go home and apologize to my mom. That will sort things out and clear any misunderstandings. This time, I'm gonna listen to her and be respectful.
I'm glad I could help. Let me know how it goes.
Mom, I'm on my way home. I'll be there in a few minutes.
Oh, I'm so relieved to finally hear from you. It's great to hear that you're safe and coming home. I was worried sick all this time. What if something happened to you? I looked everywhere.
I want to properly apologize to you for putting you in that situation. I didn't mean to do that. Also, I'm really sorry that I said those things earlier. I shouldn't have said them. You were trying to explain everything to me and I just made things up on my own. I heard everything from Stephanie, what kind of person he was and what he did to us, etc. And when I was really young, Grandma, my father's side grandma, she was yelling at you and forcing you to put me up for adoption.
How do you remember that? You were not even 4 at the time.
It was one of the scariest moments in my life. I never saw her after that day. You scooped me up and left immediately.
Oh, Rose. I just want you to know that no matter what other people say, you'll always be my beloved daughter. Do you understand?
Of course I understand. You didn't have to spell it out for me. I already know from the bottom of my heart that you love and care about me a lot. I wouldn't have made it this far without you. One day I will be super successful and famous and let the world know what amazing mother you are.
You're saying you want to become a celebrity.
Maybe, but I just want to make lots of money so that my family won't have to struggle so much. And I won't be fooled by my father's lies again. I don't consider him as my father. You, Aunt Emma, Stephanie, and Grandma are all I have. You're my real family.
I was expecting a call from you, Helen, but you seem to be busy. Did Rose say anything to you recently?
You piece of garbage. Not only did you blatantly lie to your daughter, but you're also pretending like nothing happened. I told you to stay away from me and my family.
Did you just call me a piece of garbage? Rose will be mad at you when she hears that you've been acting so disrespectful towards me.
You never showed up once when I was pregnant with her. You were out drinking with some girls at a bar. You didn't even bother to look at her when she was born because you were in another country with your girlfriend. So it makes me laugh that you suddenly care about her so much these days. I didn't think you'd know her name.
You can't deny that I'm her biological father, though.
Remember when you had a stroke and were hospitalized for days and days? I stayed by your side 24/7 and helped you recover even though you were ill because of your drinking. Seriously, how could you drink every single day when you didn't even have money? Do you even know that I paid off all of your debt 2 years ago? How come you never reached out then to say a little thank you?
None of that was my fault.
Well, I'm not going to let you ruin my daughter's life like you did with mine. I will kill you if you ever try to approach her in any way.
You can't tell me to cut ties with her. I'm her father, and that won't change. Do a genetic test, and it'll say that I'm her father. Plus, Rose is smart, so she will not believe you. She'll listen to me and take my side.
Rose and I talked about it already. She had made it clear that she wants nothing to do with you and finds it ridiculous that you expected her to believe your words. This is my last warning. Stay away from me and Rose. If you ask for money again or try to find where we live, I will take action myself.
Hey, Mom, check your bank account and let me know what you see.
Oh, wait, why did you send me another $1,000 this time? I'll give it back to you in 1 sec. You need to spend your money for yourself. You can't just give it away like this. Geez, are you just giving it all to me?
No, don't send it back. $1,000 isn't as much as I would have liked. I promise I'll send you more next time. For now, just go shopping with Aunt Emma and Grandma.
Knowing how hard you work, I can't possibly spend this much money on myself.
Then share it with Auntie and Grandma. Come on, shopping is fun.
Oh, but this is just too much. The more I think about it, the more I realize that it's wrong for me to spend my only daughter's money like this.
I don't know what you're talking about. Compared to what you had to do to raise me, this is barely anything at all. Just accept it and enjoy, please. If you really refuse, I'll be extremely sad, and you don't want that, right? I want to see the three of you just enjoying life together. That'd make me truly happy. If it makes you feel any better, I make quite a lot, probably more than you think. You don't have to worry about a thing. I still have money for myself even after giving some to you.
Who can stop you? Am I allowed to accept this? I mean, I really appreciate it and all, but you didn't have to do this, you know?
You've had the same car for more than 10 years, right? This is the perfect time for you to get a new car.
Rose, but as your mother, I'd rather have you buy your own car than spend your money on me.
I bought my car last year, so it's time for you to get a new one. And stop saying that. Without you, I wouldn't be here, so it makes sense that I repay you. Of course, what you did for me is beyond my capabilities, but I really mean it when I say I want you to live a peaceful and comfortable life. You've done and sacrificed a lot raising me.
Don't say that. You mean the world to me.
You should just accept the car right now, because pretty soon I'm going to buy you a house too. You need a car first, then a house, don't you agree?
What? A house? Oh my gosh, you come up with all kinds of ways to scare me like this.
Well, that just means you'll have to get used to it since more is coming your way. I can stop by this weekend. Let's drive to downtown and explore. The restaurants and cafes are really fancy and popular there.
Oh, I'm at a loss for words. I'm so proud of you. You don't know how happy I am to see you doing so well. I'm not talking about your financial status. I'm talking about how happy you seem these days.
Helen, it's been a while. You're living in the same place that I last saw you a few years ago.
How did you know? And how did you even get my number in the first place?
I have my ways. This is your car, isn't it? I recognize this license plate. This must be yours, I'm sure of it. So, that little girl Rose has all grown up to be a fine young lady. She's quite rich, it seems. Is she a doctor? A lawyer? How does she have so much money?
I warned you to stay away from her. I don't want to hear her name from you.
Wow, what did I do? I never went near her and I basically know nothing about her. I am totally innocent. I never did anything that would go against your words. I'm just curious how she's doing, that's all.
Don't you dare do anything stupid. And stop playing innocent. We all know what you did.
Seriously, I don't care what you say anymore. You don't scare me one bit. I just have a few questions and you'll answer them honestly. After that, I will go away and you won't hear from me.
I'm not answering any of your questions. That was very clear.
So, I want to know if she's living with you right now or if she lives by herself somewhere. She hasn't contacted me for years. How is this possible? It's not like she has more than one father. I'm her only father. She should show more respect to her own father. She and I need to talk to each other in person and clear up any misunderstandings. I should teach her how to be more respectful towards your parents too, since you clearly didn't do that.
Steve, I'm serious. If you lay a finger on her, I will kill you.
Oh no, I'm so scared. What's up, my little Rose? How are you doing?
Oh, I didn't expect to hear from you. What's the matter?
What do you mean? There's nothing going on. Do I need a special reason to reach out to my own daughter? I wanted to talk to you for so long, but again, your horrible mother freaked out and started cursing at me. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I just decided to ignore her and say hi. I missed you a lot.
I see. Mom did call me a few times today, but I couldn't answer because I was in a meeting until 5 minutes ago. I think I know why she called, though.
Because she knew you would get a text from me?
No, more like because she wanted to let me know that I should watch out for her and try to avoid any trouble that you'll throw at me. That's my guess, but I'm pretty confident.
Am I just worthless to you?
Yep, you're worse than garbage, but I just can't find any other word to describe you other than that. You are my dad after all, whether I like it or not. I'll just stop here even though I want to call you other names too. Calling you my dad makes me want to puke. You're the most disgusting person in the world, and I can't believe you're actually my biological father.
Watch your words. Who do you think you are?
I have a good idea of why you reached out to me again, but I won't ask. I kind of don't want to hear it. I'm not in the mood to deal with you or your BS. I agree with Mom that I should just avoid people like you for my own sake. Please, please, please don't text or call me ever again unless you're up for a real challenge. I'm warning you, it won't be pretty.
Like mother, like daughter. You two are out of your minds. How dare you talk to your family like this? Did you tell your mother to say those words to me? Did she raise you to be rude and disrespect those who love you? How could you abandon your old father like this?
You need to get your facts straight. You're the one who's crazy. While you were out somewhere doing who knows what, my mother sacrificed her life for me so that I would have a normal life without a father. You weren't a good husband, and you weren't a good father. You didn't do anything for us. Worse, you dragged us down with your debt. Then you have the guts to say you want to come back to us and unite as a family? Don't you think it's ridiculous? I tried to be understanding, but this is just beyond what I can accept. You seriously cannot say such things to me or my mom. I can't do anything for you at this point, so you should just stay away from us and live your own life.
Fine, I'll stay away from y'all if that's what you want. But don't forget that I'm still your father and you wouldn't exist if it weren't for me.
Sure, but when you abandoned the baby who couldn't eat, cry, or make any sound, my mom stayed behind and saved her. I wouldn't be here without her. You and your mother, who doesn't deserve to be called my own grandmother, literally said that an ugly baby like me is better off dead. Am I wrong?
Don't underestimate me. I know where you and your mother live. I even know where your aunt and grandmother live. I have nothing to lose now. If you don't apologize right this second, I will do something that will make you regret what you just said. You will always be a Bernstein, and people know that we're father and daughter.
I hate that I'm a Bernstein. If there was only a way to change my last name to my mom's, I would. Why can't you just leave us alone and get a life? All you do is drink or go to casinos. It's embarrassing to have you as a father.
Don't provoke me like this. You have no idea what I'm capable of.
So terrifying. Mom, are we done packing?
Oh, I'm almost finished. I can't believe we're moving to another country. I've been so busy lately trying to get everything ready.
What? Who's moving to what country?
What is this? Why am I in a group chat with him?
I just found it really funny that he was making useless threats about how he knows where we are and will come after us if we make him mad. I wonder if he'll follow us all the way to Switzerland.
I don't think so. He can't even if he wants to. His criminal records won't allow him to leave the country.
I didn't know he had criminal records. I've been talking with a criminal all along and I didn't even know. I was totally clueless. What's even funnier is that he even said things like how we were both uneducated people who didn't know what respect was. I can't believe he said that. It's hilarious. I can't stop laughing.
I thought you already knew, but maybe I forgot to tell you. He went to prison because he forged other people's signatures and made massive loans using their personal information. That's why I was forced to pay his debt. He basically used my family to get his money and go to casinos. If I remember correctly, his mother was very shocked to hear that her son was sent to jail, that she passed out on the spot and was hospitalized. She didn't live very long after that, and the doctor said it was due to extreme stress.
Oh, shut up. Don't talk about my mother that way.
I won't shut up, so leave the group chat if you want, for all I care.
Let's stop here, Mom. I'll take it from here. I can stand up for myself and it's my turn to protect you. Okay, Mr. Steve Bernstein. My mother filed a divorce against you a long time ago, and you two are no longer married. You know that yourself. I don't even remember what you look like because it's been so long. So it'd be better for you if you just thought that you never had a daughter from the very beginning and got a life.
No way, you will always be my daughter. That's something that you can't change no matter what. Don't talk to your father like that.
I'm not calling you my dad anymore, and I don't have to listen to you. My mom and I are leaving the country in a couple days, and I've hired security guards to protect us and escort us to the airport. You won't be able to come near us because I've already reported you to the cops for threatening us. By the way, you secretly took pictures of my mom's car and the plate, but we're selling it to a friend of ours soon. Those pictures are totally useless, and if you actually damage the car or do something illegal with those photos, the police will come after you.
Both of you will regret this. You can't do this to me.
Good luck to you and see you never. Mom, let's stay at a hotel tonight. I heard their service is excellent and their wine is one of the best in the country.
That's so exciting. I'll get ready.
I was able to find a high-paying job in Switzerland thanks to my manager who used to work there. My mom, whose dream was to live in Europe, agreed to come with me, and now we're having the best time of our lives. The first thing I did when I moved there was legally changing my last name. I had Steve's last name for my entire life when he was less than a father figure to me. I couldn't stand having his family name, but didn't get a chance to fix it until this year. Changing your legal name meant there were a lot of documents to be handled, and I had to wait for my new passport as well as my driving license. It was extremely complicated and stressful, but it was very well worth it. I'm officially Rose Leanne Morris. From what I heard, Steve Bernstein tried to borrow money from his siblings and cousins, but they all turned him down. According to what Steph said, he was even beat up by one of them, but I'm not sure if that's true or not. Obviously, he's broke and homeless, so I'm guessing he's somewhere out there trying to borrow money from random people and getting drunk whenever he can afford to buy alcohol. Oh well, what did I expect from him anyways?
Lucy, what the hell was that about just now? Huh? Katie,
What are you doing messaging me out of the blue?
Don't act stupid. You know what happened a few moments ago.
I am confused. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm working at the moment, so you must have mistook someone else for me. Anyway, if that's cleared up, I'm going to get back to work.
Wait just a moment, you sneaky rat. Don't run away. I know you saw me.
What's going on right now?
The entrance! We just walked past each other, right? You didn't even bat an eye at me. You're quite good at pretending not to notice.
The entrance into the company building?
Yes! This is my first day working here. I wanted to change workplace because my previous place had boring coworkers. Little did I know you were working here.
You've moved to my company? This can't be real right now.
You'd think you'd have some basic manners. I didn't feel very good watching you ignore me like that. We used to be such great friends at university. How could you do that to me?
Katie, why would we be friends after what you did?
What I did?
Come on, don't pretend you don't remember. I had a very important event happening for me and you completely destroyed everything?
Oh, that! You're still holding a grudge over something as petty as that?
That was my potential husband. My life would have been very different if you'd kept your nose out of it.
Lucy, are you seriously going to ignore years of friendship for something as minor as that? Learn to forgive and forget.
I knew you for like 4 months.
And we bonded that quickly with each other.
Look, I don't know what the big man upstairs was thinking when he decided to put you and I in the same company, but I refuse to have any association with you. It took a long time to forget about your existence. I don't even remember your face anymore. That's probably why I didn't recognize you at the entrance.
You're horrible!
Let's treat this as a one-off and agree to never talk to each other. Don't message me again.
Hey, Lucy, you never told me that you got married.
Didn't I tell you not to contact me again? It's only been a couple of days and you're already harassing me?
Oh, get over it. Is it illegal now to get in contact with someone? Anyway, so you got married, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Can I go now? I'm a very important person in this company. I have lots of things to do. I don't want to waste it on some loser from university.
Hey, who are you calling a loser? May I remind you, I was the one that took your husband away from you. You're the real loser here. How could someone as pathetic as you manage to get married again? Not only that, but to the CEO of this company? It's inconceivable.
Maybe I'm not as much of a loser as you think I am. Please don't tell me your contacting me is going to become a habit from this point on.
Stop your whining already. I'm actually happy that you managed to get married, especially to a CEO. If I did it once, I could do it again.
Do what exactly?
Steal your husband again.
Yeah, right. I'm sure you will. There's just one big reason why I don't think you'll be able to do that.
Oh, yeah? So what would that be? It's not like you're too much to compete with.
Well, you do realize the gender of our CEO, don't you?
Well, duh, he's a man, isn't he?
Once again, you don't fail to amaze me. By the way, that isn't a compliment. Exactly how did a person like you pass the interview process? Something must have slipped through the cracks. Even you must be embarrassed for entering a company where you don't even know who the president is.
You are a snobby one, aren't you? Let me remind you that it doesn't matter how much information I know about this company. At the end of the day, I'm employed for my skills. I could know every employee's name here, and it wouldn't matter as long as I get the job done. That's what you people want, isn't it?
Even if that is the case, you still astound me. So, now you know the company president is a woman. Exactly how do you think of stealing her away from me? You may have stolen my husband in the past, but even you must admit, a woman is out of your field of expertise, isn't it?
Just what the hell are you talking about? Do you really expect me to believe you married a woman? I love the idea of me being the wife of some CEO president. I can just imagine how jealous my friends would be of me. Okay, Katie, you continue dreaming in dreamland. God, I can't believe I'm still here talking to you. I have 1,000,001 things to do today, and I'm wasting it on texting you. I'm going to go now, and this is going to be the last time I say it. Do not contact me. I honestly have enough headaches in one day. I don't need a migraine from you. Goodbye now. She's more arrogant than I remember. What is she going on about the company president being a woman? As if I would believe something as stupid as that. I know it's just some diversion so I stay away from her husband. At the end of the day, Lucy, your husband is mine. At first I thought it was a curse that I came to this company. Little did I think that things would actually turn into my favor. It's only a matter of time. Hi, Lucy. It's been a while, hadn't it? How long will it take you to give up the throne and let me be the wife of the CEO? Give it a break, why don't you? Why are you so fixated on becoming the wife of the CEO in the first place? Go chase some other person. That won't do. I want your partner. I'm sorry to say, but your despair begins today, Lucy. I know one foolproof way to become the wife of the CEO and get you out of the picture. Here we go. You really don't let up, do you? How will you do that exactly? It's simple. All I have to do is bear the CEO's baby. This gets stupider and stupider by the second. Did the fact that my partner is a woman just blow over your head the other day? In what world are you going to conceive her baby? You sound ridiculous right now. Lie all you want, Lucy. I don't know what this stupid story about your CEO being a woman is. What I do know is I will get what I want. Jeez, you have so much time on your hands. You need to find a hobby or something. You're going to lose friends if you keep pestering them in this way. Anyway, are we done now? This is the third time I've had to tell you to stop contacting me. I'm a very busy woman. I don't have time to babysit you. Why would you be so busy? It's the holidays, for Christ's sake. Doesn't matter what day of the week it is, my duties are my duties. I have things that need to be done. Are you serious right now? What was all that talk about being the wife of the CEO? You'd think the CEO would let his wife take a day off when she needs it. Leave your work to someone else. Doesn't matter what my status is, a job is a job. Besides, there's not many people that can do what I do. Anyway, we're done now, yes? I'm out of here. I don't want to hear this ridiculous story again. You sure do take your time, don't you? You told me not to message you again, but I have no choice. When will you just accept the way things are and get your divorce already? You're standing in the way of two people being happy. Again with this stuff? It's already been a full week. I thought you would have had it out of your system already. I am not getting a divorce, Katie. I'm content with my partner. Just lay off of it already. Go chase someone else. It's not just about how you feel, Luce. You should stop thinking about yourself all the time. Surely he's spoken to you already, confessing how he lost his passion for you and has been reignited by me. There's no way he could look at you in the eyes after he was drowning in mine. I'm sorry to put an end to your emotional high, Katie. You still haven't gotten the picture, haven't you? The man you've been having an affair with is not my husband. For starters, we don't even work at the same company. What a laugh. More lies to try and protect yourself. We walk past each other in the same door every day. How could we not be in the same company? You have to get better lying. That was pathetic. Katie, just sit down and listen. It's about time you knew the truth. With all of your pestering recently, I grew curious about the identity of who you are.
I opened up our old school book. It's as you say, we were in the same class. The face in the book is the same face I pass by every day. You see? I told you we work in the same company. Settle down. Do you know what that building is in the first place? Of course I do. It's the place where we work. Why would you ask a dumb question like that? Yes, it is the place where we work, but it's also the place where other people work too. Think about it. Apart from the entrance, has there been any other time you see me walking around the company office? Well, no, not exactly. Why do you suppose that is? Well, I'm assuming you work in a different department and are very busy. I don't know. Something like that doesn't come across my mind. Which is why you have failed. That building houses a number of different types of companies. I, for instance, am on the 3rd to 5th floor. You're on the 2nd. Say what now? Allow me to elaborate further. As it happens, I have a friend working in the same company as yours. They told me a lot of different details about the place you work. The main thing being what you can expect. Our CEOs are different people. No way. I can't believe I made such a minor error like that. So, the person's child I'm bearing isn't your husband's? Negative. That must be someone else's baby. I have to admit, I'm a bit distraught over this. Part of me getting pregnant was to spite you, to be honest. I guess we can't all win the battles. I haven't actually lost in this one either. At the end of the day, I'm still bearing a child of the CEO. In no time, I'm going to be his wife, I guess. Everyone turns out happy, huh? You think you're going to be happy, do you? You haven't let me finish telling you all the information you need to know. Well, you're quite chatty today. Yes, so what else am I missing? There's been a misunderstanding about who is the real CEO of that place. The guy you've been seeing is called the CEO, but not for the reason you would think. So what, you're trying to tell me he's not the company president? Exactly. That individual you've been seeing is called CEO to make fun of him. It actually stands for can't even operate. He's actually the workplace clown, and you've now joined him. What are you talking about? What is that even supposed to mean? Well, let me put this simply for you. That guy has been on a downward path for a long time now. From day one, he proved he was an incapable individual. He wasn't able to do the easiest of tasks. People were getting fed up with him. He was really irritating to be around. In order to not create bad blood in the company, they started making him the joke of the workplace instead. So now they call him the CEO. It's a better alternative to everyone getting angry at him. All the while, he remains unaware of the real meaning of CEO. He actually thinks people are praising him. He thinks he's some cool guy in the workplace. The guy has the wit of a donkey. Not only that, you managed to fall for him. Wait, I need you to slow down. You're telling me the guy that impregnated me is not the CEO? Bingo. He's just some average Joe Schmo at the bottom of the ladder. That's right, darling. There's nothing special about him at all. What the hell? How could something like this happen? It doesn't stop there. In about a month, the guy's getting fired from that workplace. Excuse me? Why would he get fired? There's a couple of reasons. One of them you could probably guess. He's completely incompetent in the workplace. His redundancy is causing a lot of issues for people around him. Well, that's fine. If he was just given the proper training, he would become a great employee in no time. It doesn't stop there, Katie. He's also being accused of having relations with a younger employee that just started working there. Any idea who that could be? Apart from me, who else could there be? I don't see the problem with that. People have a relationship that blooms in the workplace all the time. Yes, but do they take work time to leave and go to a hotel with other employees? I doubt it. Wait, you have a point.
We did ditch work during work hours. But that's different. I was under the impression he was the CEO. I thought he could do whatever he wants. Just because you are the CEO doesn't mean you can go off and abandon the work. A good CEO is an example of how everyone else should work. Oh, I'm such an idiot. How could I fall for a guy like that? I knew there was something off about him. There was something about his mannerisms that didn't resemble a CEO. I should have realized earlier. Well, now you know everything. Hey, good luck with everything, Katie. I'm not sure how you're going to get through this one. With your husband getting the boot and a baby just around the corner, things are going to get tough from this point on. Maybe this will teach you to stop trying to steal other people's partners. Your selfishness brought this upon you. Learn from it. Lucy, you won't believe what is happening. This is the absolute worst. The guy is months behind on his child support payments. He has a massive debt to pay off. How is he meant to pay that off when he's going to lose his job soon? This is so unfair. Is it that bad? Surely you can just get an abortion and everything will be fine. You aren't bound to this guy in the first place. You don't get it, Lucy. I have no choice. I have to stick around with him. Firstly, I already said yes to his proposal. I know it's early, but I honestly thought he was a CEO when I said yes. That's fine. You haven't gone through with the wedding ceremony yet. It's still quite early. You can just say no. People back out all the time. It's not just that. Neither of us have the money to pay for an abortion. I'm pretty much stuck with this baby. What am I meant to do? I've got no choice but to stay with him. What little support he can offer me, I must take it. I'm doomed to misery. How could things turn out this way? I have to say, Katie, I'm not surprised. This is the type of person you are, and you are bound to get what you deserved at some point. Good luck with your new life being broke, raising a child with just the two of you. Wait, don't go just yet. We're friends, aren't we? Why don't you just help me? I don't have to do this all on my own. Help you? Are you out of your mind? Do you honestly think after everything you've done to me, I would actually help you? I've helped you enough by messaging you these past few months. Today can be the last time. Bye, Katie. Things worked out exactly as you can expect for Katie. Unfortunately, she is incapable of grasping the fact that I have no intentions of helping her. She tried to barge in numerous times into her company floor. She spouted a numerous amount of lies, the first one being that we're best friends, the second one being that she is my secret mistress. After countless times of being escorted out by security, she finally gave up. It was getting to the point where I was thinking of placing a restraining order on her. As for the man that impregnated her, as expected, he was fired later that next month. They tried to make an arrangement where he would help raise the baby. It was the best decision, seeing as the prospect of him finding a job that he could do is quite low. Unfortunately for Katie, even the most basic things he was incapable of doing. In terms of housework, anytime he tried to wash the dishes, he would end up smashing them accidentally. Anytime he tried to change the diaper on the baby, he would get the feces all over the place. It's amazing that she didn't notice these red flags earlier. As for me, the story of Katie remains one of my all-time favorites. It's an interesting little tale to tell people from time to time. And hey, if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be married to the lovely woman that I am now, so in some ways, I'm actually grateful for Katie.
Hi, Sarah. Thank you for the gifts, but you really didn't have to send it. We couldn't even finish the one you sent before. Oh, did it arrive already? Delivery guys these days are so fast. You should take it every day without fail. Okay, but you really shouldn't have. We will be sure to take it every day. Thanks so much, Sarah. Of course, dear. We're family after all. You are my daughter-in-law, and I want to take good care of you. I also sent some fish oil. Don't forget to take these every day, too.
Thanks, Sarah. I'm going to ace my next health checkup, I'm sure. Oh yeah, I heard from Matt that Nicole got engaged. Yes, your little sister-in-law finally got engaged. Can you believe it? I was worried about her ending up all alone. You know, with her quick temper and all. Well, you must be feeling bittersweet about the engagement, right? Not at all. I am just so glad she got her life together and found someone after being alone for so long. Yeah, but I'm sure you will still be crying at the wedding, right? Well, we'll see. Anyway, I will let you two know when we have the date for the engagement party. Don't forget to take those supplements and pills that I sent you, all right? Okay. Thanks, Sarah. Hey, sweetie. I got off work early today. Sorry I wasn't really able to check my phone today. I was busy all day at work.
It's okay. I know how busy you are when you're in the office. Oh yeah, your mother sent us more supplements today.
Again? We have a cupboard full of them that we haven't even touched yet.
Yeah, she also sent fish oil so that I can take it every day. She sent some other weird pills that I haven't even opened.
Well, at least we know that she really cares about your health, right? She's just like me, I guess.
Huh? What do you mean she's just like you?
Yeah. I mean, the way that we both love and care about you.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's sweet.
You know I love you to bits, right, sweetheart? Thanks for staying by my side through thick and thin, Valerie.
Thank you too, sweetheart. I love you.
It feels a bit chilly today. I'll hurry back home soon. Hey, the date for Nicole's engagement party has been set to next Sunday. You can make it, right?
Yeah, I'm free next Sunday. I can't believe that Nicole's finally getting married. It feels like I'm sending my own sister off to get married or something. I still remember clearly when she was just a fresh college graduate when I met her.
Yeah, I can hardly believe it too. All right, then I'll RSVP for the both of us to Mom.
Valerie, dear, are you busy right now? I need to ask you something important. No, I'm free. What's the matter, Sarah? Well, you met Nicole's soon-to-be parents-in-law last week, right? They just called to ask if it's possible for us to help in buying a house for the newlyweds. What? Buy a house for the newlyweds? But I thought that it was agreed that you would cover the wedding expenses. Yeah, but it seems that their business is not doing so well right now. And the house that Nicole and her fiancé want to buy is apparently a bit out of their budget. And knowing how much Nicole loves her fiancé, I don't want to make things difficult for her and his family from the get-go. Okay. So what do you want to ask me exactly? I mean, if it's not too much trouble, I thought you could pitch in for the down payment of the house. Excuse me? Sarah, I don't have so much extra cash at the moment either. What do you mean? Didn't you say you inherited some money after your parents passed away? So? This isn't how they intended for me to spend the money when they left it. Well, Nicole is like a sister to you. You said it's like your own sister getting married. So couldn't you put down some money for her as a wedding present? Wait. You want me to use my inheritance money to help buy a house for Nicole? I didn't say you need to use all of that inheritance money. The house they want is not that expensive anyway. I thought the inheritance was quite a big amount. Isn't that right, dear? Sarah, that money means a lot more to me than you realize. I'm sorry, but I don't think it will be possible for me to help out with buying a house for Nicole. All right, well, if you really feel that way, what can we do about it? I'll look into some loan options from the bank. I shouldn't have even mentioned it to you. I'm sorry. I mean, if I had some extra money saved up somewhere, I would really love to help out with the house and the wedding expenses. But right now, I barely have much either myself. I hope you understand, Sarah. Valerie! I can't believe you would do this to me! Huh? What's the matter? We've been so nice to you, Mom and I, and you can't help out a little with buying a house for me? Nicole, you really shouldn't expect me to buy a house for you as a wedding present. But we've known each other for so long, and you can just think of it like it's your own sister getting married. Couldn't you be a bit more generous? It's not even like we're asking you to use your own money. We are just asking you for some of your inheritance. Nicole, this money is not just any sort of money for me. It's what my parents left for me when they died. How do you expect me to use such money so easily? Honestly, I don't even want to use this money for Matt or even myself for that matter. You're lying. I know you're going to use it all up someday. You just don't want to share it, right? What? Whatever. You really let me down this time. Well, if you still feel that way after I've told you how I feel, then I guess it can't be helped. Good luck, Nicole.
Hey, I heard that you had a fight with my mom and my sister. How come you didn't tell me about it?
Who told you that? Your mom? Or Nicole?
Well, my mom called me to ask if I heard anything from you. So I asked her about it, and that's why I'm calling now.
Yeah? Then you must have heard that we had an argument.
Yeah, but I think that you were being a little unreasonable in this case.
Seriously?
To be frank, other people have no problem with something like starting businesses with the inheritance money their parents left them, or using it to do whatever they need to do, like pay back their loans. And it's not like the inheritance money they left you is a small sum either. Is it so difficult to use some of it to help buy Nicole her first house?
Don't tell me you agree with them too.
I mean, you have to use it someday, right? Or do you plan to take it with you to the grave?
Yeah, maybe. I might never use this money. You know how my parents passed away. How could I use it like it's just regular money? I will gladly take it with me to the grave. Then, perhaps in the distant future, I will leave everything for my own children.
It's already been over 15 years. Don't you think it's time that you get over it already? How long are you going to live in the past like that?
You really think that I'm the one being unreasonable?
Yeah, I do think so. How well have Mom and Nicole been treating you all these years? Always sending you food and supplements so that you're in good health? If I were you, I would at least help out with the wedding expenses, if not buying a house.
Well, I never asked her to send me all those bottles of supplements and foods. That was totally her idea alone. She never even asked me if I wanted that.
So you think it was okay to just accept all those gifts then?
Well, if I'd have known that things would turn out like this, I would have refused everything. Don't tell me that your mom, Nicole, and you were pretending to be nice to me all this time. Also that you can get a piece of my inheritance money?
Watch what you're saying. You really think my family would be the type to do such a thing? If we wanted to, we would have taken that money a long time ago. Why would Mom send you all those supplements and things for years if she didn't actually care about your well-being?
Okay, I got it. Can we just please stop talking about this? My head feels like it's about to burst.
Fine. We'll talk about it when I get home.
Valerie, dear, how are you? We haven't really talked since our last conversation. Hi, Sarah. Yeah, I'm pretty sorry about everything that went down. No, it's okay, dear. It's all in the past now. But do you still not want to use your inheritance money? No, I do not. Not even for Matt, your husband? For Matt? Why? Did something happen to him? No. Well, he just told me that he recently got wind of a very good business proposal. And you need some capital to begin a business, as you know. As for Nicole's house, we took care of it ourselves. And I thought that perhaps you were helping out with the money to start his business might not be a bad idea. Matt wants to start a business? Are you sure? I've never heard him say this. Well, nothing is set in stone, but I think he wants to get into retail. That's why I thought to ask if you could help with this a little. Would that be too much to ask? Sarah, no matter how many times you ask, I won't change my mind on the matter. Even if it concerns solely Matt, it doesn't change my mind on the issue. Well, you certainly are as stubborn as a mule, my dear. You're right, Sarah. It doesn't matter what you say to me. I am not going to use that money under any circumstances. So please, don't mention it ever again. Matt, are you looking to start a business?
Yeah,
Why didn't you tell me?
it's not decided or anything, so why should I tell you?
Your mom asked me for seed money to start your business. She mentioned my inheritance. Again.
Well, I already knew that you wouldn't give up that precious money even for me. So, don't worry, I didn't get my hopes up.
Wow, okay. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, knowing how much you all want a piece of that money.
Who are you talking about? Wanting your money so badly? If you lend it out, of course we'll pay you back. I thought we were family. Shouldn't we help each other out when in need?
Oh, so you think that it's normal to ask such things from me?
You know what? Forget it. We're getting pretty tired of having this conversation too. I'm not going to ask for your help or anything like that again, so let's just drop it.
Yeah, I agree. Let's drop the subject, please. It's frustrating to have to repeat myself over and over when you guys refuse to understand.
Well, then don't even bother responding anymore, because frankly, I don't want to hear it. Mom wants us to come over for dinner tonight.
Why?
I don't know. She said she has something important to tell us. Oh, and it's not about money, so don't worry about that.
What is it about then? Couldn't we just talk on the phone instead of going there?
No, she insists that we come in person.
All right. I'll head over there in a bit. I had a bad feeling about this night, but now I'm sure that you all wanted to murder me that night, didn't you? Attempted murder? It's all a big misunderstanding, Valerie dear.
Yeah, what happened that night was an accident. Let's try and clear the air, sweetie. We are family after all.
Oh, you want to clear the air? What misunderstanding? Is there something that I'm missing here? That night, the coffee that I drank had a ton of sleeping pills in it. If I didn't wake up that night, who knows what could have happened? I could have died by being choked on the spot. I could feel it in my guts that something was off. And that night, you were all planning to kill me. Isn't that right?
Val, we're only trying to wake you up.
Oh, so that's how you wake someone up? By pressing down with force on someone's neck? Stop lying, you psychotic lunatic. You wanted to have my inheritance money that badly? You wanted to take all of the inheritance money that my mother and father left me after I died.
Valerie, how can you say such things?
Yeah, I'm starting to see the whole picture now. You wanted to ask me for the inheritance money all along. So that's why you always sent me all those supplements I didn't want. Plus all those other gifts were all because you just wanted my money. But I didn't budge as easily as you all expected. And you figured that you should just get rid of me. So that you can finally take the money for yourself. Since the legal heir to my funds would be you, Matt.
Wow, you finally figured it out, huh? It took you a good while, didn't it?
Would you please shut up, Nicole? Valerie, it's not like that at all. We were just trying to make a happy life together as a family. It's not like we were doing everything just for your money.
If you really loved me, Sarah, and if you really thought of me as your own daughter, and if you truly had no intention to kill me, then when I lost consciousness that night, you would have called 911 right away, instead of laying me down in the bedroom and choking me to death. Isn't that right?
My dear Valerie, we're so sorry. We got blinded by the money and did something we never should have. I'm truly sorry, Valerie. Go ahead and sue us or report us to the police or whatever. But please, could you just wait until Nicole's wedding is over? You think that because I've been so civil with you up to this point, that you must think I'm a damn fool. Nicole's wedding? I already let her fiancé and his parents know about everything. They probably already decided to call the wedding off by now. Now that they know what kind of evil, horrible people you all are. What? I don't think you are aware exactly what is happening with your own wedding, Nicole. Why don't you check on your phone for your other messages? Because I'm sure that you must have gotten a ton from elsewhere too.
Val, was that really necessary? Were we so in the wrong that you had to ruin my sister's wedding?
Of course you were! You guys tried to kill me in cold blood for my money! How sad it must be for you that it didn't go as planned and I made it out alive. And now I'm threatening to call the police on you and sue you. And to think that you were the only family I had after my parents passed away. Thanks for showing me your true colors eventually. As they say, it's better late than never. Have a nice life, you greedy pigs. My husband's family tried to murder me in order to steal the inheritance money left to me by my parents. I saw the light only once I faced the fact that the true reason they were being so strangely nice to me all these years was also that they could somehow get their hands on my money. I reported this incident to the police, and my ex-husband and mother-in-law are now currently being investigated while in prison, as the judge deemed it likely that they would try to tamper with the evidence. I'm really sorry that I had to leave so early today. I had some things that I had to do. Yeah, whatever. You always seem to have to leave early, don't you? You always disappear just before we pay the bill. Just admit that you don't want to pay any money. If that isn't the case, then you should leave some money behind when you leave. You need to stop accusing me for things I didn't do. You're making it sound like I'm a thief or something. It's not like what you just said at all. I really do intend to pay for my portion of the bill. It's just that I was in a real hurry today and I completely forgot. I'll definitely make sure to pay the next time I come out to eat with you guys. Anna was kind enough to pay for you today. Make sure that you pay her back, okay? She has the receipt, so you can ask her how much you owe her. We're all starting to get really tired of having to pay for you recently. It happens pretty much every single time. I don't have any bad intentions. It's not my fault that I'm busy and I forget sometimes. You guys are just being too impatient. You all need to stop being so serious. Who cares about paying for someone else's meal? It's not that much money. Are you seriously saying that? If it's not that much money, then just pay us all back. We're all getting tired of waiting for you to pay us back. The amount of money that you owe everyone is getting pretty big. Oh, I had no idea about that. It's not funny at all. This is a very serious matter. You currently owe me around $300. I'm sure that you owe the others around the same amount. I can't believe that you've been keeping track. That's kind of pathetic. You're not even kind enough to treat me to some food once in a while. It's really not just once in a while. It's every single time. Would you please just pay us all back by the end of this month? We're going to stop inviting you out for dinner and gatherings at this rate. Wait, what? Are you serious?
You're going to leave me out if I don't pay you guys the money?
We're not really leaving you out. You should avoid coming if you don't have the intention of paying. If you want to join us, then you should pay back the money that you owe us first. That's just basic manners. You can't be borrowing our money forever.
I really have no idea what you're trying to say. You're not really making any sense to me. Oh yeah, you guys were talking about going to a steakhouse this Sunday, right?
Yeah, that's what we have planned, but you're not coming, right?
Why do you think that I won't be coming? Of course I'm planning to go. I absolutely love steak.
Wait, what? Were you even listening to anything that I just told you? I'm asking you to pay me back the money that you owe me first. Everyone else is saying the same thing.
You guys really are impatient. How about this then? I'll pay back everything that I owe you guys on Sunday at the steakhouse. Then everything will be solved. Which steakhouse are you guys planning on eating at?
The one that we always go to. The one right next to the station. We're all planning on bringing our families with us. We're definitely not going to be paying for your entire family. If you're not able to pay for yourselves, then please don't bother coming. We're all getting tired of having to cover for your portion of the bill too.
You're not even trying to hide it anymore. It sounds like you don't want me coming at all.
I thought it was about time we told you the truth. It didn't seem like you were going to pay us back otherwise. You now know how we all feel, right? I hope that you pay us all back very soon.
I'm still going to come on Sunday regardless of what you guys think of me. I really don't like the fact that you guys tried to exclude me in the first place.
Were you listening to anything that I just said to you?
Just tell me the time you guys are going to be meeting there. Also, could you send me the address too? I forgot where it was.
You're planning to bring your husband and children, right? If you can afford steak for your entire family, that means you have the money to pay us all back, right?
You need to stop worrying about the money. I'll pay you all back sometime.
Sometime isn't clear at all. I want to know exactly when you're planning to pay us back. We're all getting very tired of waiting for you.
I'm glad that we got everything sorted out now. I'm really looking forward to Sunday now. I can't wait to eat some good steak.
Oh my God. You really don't listen at all. I give up trying to talk to you. Hey, Anna. Do you have some time right now? Yeah, I do. Is there something wrong? That woman is planning to come to the steakhouse this Sunday. I don't think she has any intention of paying for herself again. Wait, what? Again? I am starting to get really tired of this. I was texting her a little earlier, and it seemed like she had no intention of paying any of us back. I accidentally told her about going to the steakhouse on Sunday, too. She told me that she would definitely come on Sunday. I think that she's going to order the most expensive dishes and then leave without paying again. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what she's planning on doing. It's starting to get out of hand now. We can't be paying for her every single time. We should try to do something about it this time. Any idea?
She really is such a troublesome person, isn't she? I think she owes me over $300 now. That's a lot of money to be lending even to a friend.
Yeah, she owes me around that much as well. I think that we should stop being so kind to her from now on. We've been letting her take advantage of us too much. I know that we were all just trying to be nice to her, but she's really crossed the line now.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Do you have any good ideas on how to solve this?
I actually have a pretty good idea. There's no way I'm going to let this selfish witch get away with this.
Selfish witch? That's a great name for her.
I've forgotten how many times she's asked me to pay for her. It's starting to get ridiculous now.
Yeah, I've had enough of her too. We really need to get revenge on her sometime soon. Otherwise, she's not going to stop doing this to us. What's this idea that you have, by the way?
It's a little hard to explain by text. Is it okay if I call you for a little while now?
Yeah, that's fine with me. I have plenty of time. What time are we meeting at today? I'm already getting really hungry. We're all planning to meet at 12 p.m. today. Are you really planning on coming? Why are you asking me that? Of course I'm planning on coming. This lunch would be so boring without me. I'm sure you were all desperate for me to come. I really have no idea why you think that. So, you're finally going to pay us back all the money that we lent to you? You really are so persistent about this. Who cares about such a small amount of money? You're going to start losing friends if you're this selfish. Why don't you treat your friends to a meal once in a while? You're the selfish one. I can't believe that you're trying to make it look like I'm in the wrong. I've told you that I'll pay you back the money sometime. That should be the end of this conversation. I'll give it back today if I feel like it, okay? You're planning on paying for your own meal today, right? Yeah, of course I'm paying for myself. Thanks for telling me the time. I'll see you later. You better not go back on your words now. Nobody else is going to pay for you today. Please don't show up if you're planning to run away before paying the bill. Yeah, whatever. That's fine by me. You were all a little too late, unfortunately. Too late for what? What are you talking about? I'm about to leave the restaurant already. I just finished eating. It's a shame that we weren't able to meet today. What are you talking about? I really don't understand. I easily managed to figure out the table that you guys reserved. What table are you talking about? I'm still really confused. Why don't you get it? Are you dumb? I got here early and ate 10 portions of the most expensive steak. It was absolutely amazing. I didn't bring any money though, unfortunately. I'm going to ask the restaurant to add this all onto your bill. Thanks so much for paying for me again. We decided to eat at a different restaurant today. That's why I'm not sure what you're talking about. Where did you eat? Wait, what? You guys changed restaurants? I'm really sorry. I totally forgot to tell you that we changed where we're eating. We decided not to eat at the steakhouse today. Wait, what? You're not serious about this, are you? You were the one that told me that we're eating at the steakhouse by the station today. Yeah, that's what the plans were originally. We ended up making reservations somewhere else in the end. We decided to eat at a buffet instead. We were all able to meet up around 10 minutes ago and we just started eating. What are you talking about? I thought there were reservations made at the steakhouse by you guys. That's the only reason why me and my family ate there. We ordered the most expensive dishes because we thought that you guys were coming later. I have no idea who made those reservations then. It definitely wasn't us. We canceled our reservations at the steakhouse a long time ago. What's going on then? Who the hell reserved all these tables then? You guys better not be pulling a prank on me. This isn't funny at all. Why don't you just ask one of the waitresses about the reservation? I really have no idea who made them. So you guys really aren't pulling a prank on me then? Who reserved all these tables then? Me and my family just stayed at one of the reserved tables. We're all enjoying our food at a buffet right now. It's definitely not us. I can send you a picture of our food if you don't believe me. Who the hell made these reservations then? I'm getting really confused now. I have absolutely no idea. You must have accidentally sat at some tables that were reserved by some strangers. You also managed to eat 10 portions of the most expensive steak that were prepared for those people. That's pretty much what's happening, right? Wait, hold on a minute. We both need to calm down and figure out what's happening. I'm already very calm, actually. I'm not the one that ate strangers' food. I think I might have really messed up this time. There's a huge group of scary-looking men that just arrived in the parking lot. They're all huge and tattooed and are wearing lots of chains. Oh yeah, I remember now. When we tried to make reservations at that steakhouse, they told us that another large group had already reserved most of the tables. Wait, what? You should have told me about this. We have lots of children with us, right? I checked with the restaurant if that would be okay because I knew the children could get a little loud. They told us that it might be a better idea to come some other day as a large group of biker gang members had made the reservation. We didn't want to get on their wrong side, so that's why we decided to come to a buffet instead. Wait, you're not serious, right? Are you talking about the biker gang that gathers around the station at nighttime? I always hear really bad rumors about them. Yeah, I think it's them. I've heard some pretty bad rumors about them too. We immediately decided against going to the steakhouse once we heard it was them that had made the reservations. We're really glad that we decided to come to this buffet instead. All the kids are having a really great time. I can't believe this is happening to me and my family. This is all your fault for not telling me. What the hell are we meant to do now? How should I know? You can sort this out yourself. I want to run away before the gang members come inside. The waitress won't let us leave until the entire group comes or until we pay the full price for what we just ate. Well, that would make sense. Did the waitress not try to stop your family when you first got there? Surely they would have thought it was weird for your family to claim a reservation made by some gang members. They tried to warn us, but I ignored them completely. I thought that the reservation was made by you guys. That's why I forced myself into the restaurant. I never would have done this if I knew who had actually made the reservations. Well, this is all your fault then. You shouldn't have forced yourself in like that. You're just going to have to take responsibility for your actions then. There's not much else you can do about it. Hey! Don't be so mean like that. There's no way we can pay this much money. We ate 10 portions worth of the most expensive steak. We also kept on ordering so many drinks. I'm surprised that you guys were able to eat that much. There's only 3 of you there, right? We only ate this much because we thought this would all be free. We wouldn't even come to a restaurant like this if we were going to have to pay for it. I have no idea why you thought it would be free. That's where you're wrong. Even if it was our reservation, it wouldn't be free. What are you talking about? You guys always let me eat for free. I'm telling you that it's very wrong to just assume that. There's no obligation for us to pay for any of your food. In fact, we were all just having a discussion about you. What were you guys saying about me? You better not be saying insults about me behind my back. We weren't insulting you at all. We were just talking about how we could get you to pay us all back. We've all saved all the receipts for the times that we've paid for you. We're going to hand it all in once we've added up and calculated the total amount. Wait. Where are you planning to hand it into? We're going to send you an invoice first to give you a chance. If you don't pay us immediately, then we're going to tell your husband about it. If he refuses to pay, then we're going to have to report this to the police. What did you just say? You're seriously planning to go to the police about this? Why do you have to make this such a huge problem? I really didn't do anything that deserves to be reported to the police. All I did was ask my friends to pay for my meal a couple of times. A couple of times? Are you kidding me? You asked us to pay for you every single time for half a year. You came out with us even when we didn't invite you. All you ever do is eat as much as you can and then leave before paying the bill. There's no way we're going to let you get away with this anymore. I find it shocking that you even thought that this is an acceptable thing to do in the first place. You better pay us back soon, or the police are going to come and have a talk with you. Why did things have to end up like this? It was all going so well until today. I was able to eat so much nice food for free thanks to my genius plan. What are you talking about? This plan of yours was never working well. You do know that you have to return the money when you borrow it from someone, right? We didn't even invite you to come out to eat with us because we kind of knew that you didn't have the money. You didn't have to force yourself to come and eat with us. Things ended up like this because you were too greedy and selfish. Wait, please, hold on a minute. Let's try to solve this between us. Don't tell my husband or the police about any of this. I don't want to get into trouble. So your husband didn't know about any of this? He doesn't know anything about it. How did you explain about going to the steakhouse today then? I just told him that we could eat as much steak as we wanted for free. He didn't seem to question it at all, so I just brought him along. He's starting to panic right now, and he keeps on asking me to explain what's happening. Would it be okay if we joined up with you guys? I'll just tell him that I came to the wrong restaurant by accident. I'll also just tell the waitress that we made a mistake and that the reservations were for some other people. Maybe they'll let us off this time round. Are you dumb? They're not going to just let you leave without paying. We also don't have any intention of letting you guys join up with us. Why won't you let us join? We didn't do anything wrong. Why should we allow you to come when you have no intention of paying? There's no way you're going to be able to leave that steakhouse anyway. Why is that? You ate all the best steak that was meant to be reserved for the biker gang. They're probably going to be really angry and ask you to pay some extra money to make up for it. I told you we can't pay for anything right now. Would you please help us out? I'm begging you. There's absolutely nothing that we can do to help you guys out. You need to admit that you made a mistake and pay for what you ate. Stop wasting my time like this. This is not my problem at all. You need to deal with this yourself. Stop being so mean to me and just help me out. I thought that we were friends. Friends are meant to help each other when they're in trouble. I don't think any of us see you as a friend after the past couple of months. Don't be like that. I'm really sorry for everything that I did to you guys recently. I guess I was getting a little too ahead of myself. Please forgive me and help me out of this situation. I promise that I'll return all the money someday. Someday isn't going to work. We're demanding that you pay us back before the end of this month. Please stop trying to drag us into the mess that you've made. Just pay back the money and leave us alone. Best of luck getting along with the bike gang members. I'm sure they're lovely people. So to recap, Cara and her family had arrived at the steakhouse an hour before everyone else and eaten 10 portions of the nicest steak available. Meanwhile, the other mom friends had decided to eat at a buffet instead of the steakhouse. Cara and her family had mistakenly eaten the food that was reserved for a group of bike gang members. The gang members ended up finding out what had happened and got into an argument with Cara and her family. Cara ended up paying for everything that she had eaten, and also ended up paying for all the food that the gang members ate. Cara totally deserved this to happen to her. However, I feel a little sorry for her husband. Apparently, they're on the brink of getting a divorce right now.
Hey, Elizabeth, is it true? Is it true? I heard from some of my friends that Matthew asked you out on a date. Tell me, did he really? I heard it from my friends. They said they saw you two chatting at the coffee shop. You never go to the coffee shop. He asked you out, didn't he? Yeah, actually he did. We had a class meeting at college today. As we were leaving the room, he sort of came up to me and asked if I'd like to get a coffee. So we talked about a few things, and then he asked if I wouldn't mind spending some more time together. No way! I'm so jealous. But you turned him down, right?
Why would I do that?
Why would you? Why wouldn't you? After all, I'm your best friend, and I don't have a boyfriend. It's hardly fair that you have a boyfriend and I don't. And on top of that, it's Matthew.
Well, I'm sorry to break it to you, but I said yes. So I guess we're dating now? I don't know if you can count coffee as our first date or not, though.
How could you do that?
The truth be told, I have actually been crushing on him for quite a while now. It didn't take much convincing for me to say yes.
I don't believe it. You knew I have liked him for ages. How could you agree to see him when you know how I feel about him?
Really? I didn't know that.
How could you not know that? We've been friends since primary school. You should know what type of guys I like. Matthew is exactly the type of guy I idolize.
Is that so? You're telling me that Matthew is your type? To be honest, I thought you preferred something a little different to Matthew's type. I guess I have misread you.
What are you talking about?
It's just that Matthew doesn't seem to be anything like your boyfriends of the past.
Don't try and change the subject. I want you to call him up now and tell him you've changed your mind. I have been planning my approach to him for the longest time. The plan was in motion. Once I graduated college and got my dream job, I was going to ask him out on a date. Just the other week, I received a letter of acceptance from my first choice of company. It was just a matter of time before I was going to pop the question, so to speak. You can't steal him away from me now. It has to be me. Definitely. He's meant to be with me. Sorry, but I can't. I'm really sorry. You have to. If you really are my friend, you would do this.
I can't. Yes, I'm your friend, but I don't think I can do what you're asking me to do.
Are you serious? You are unbelievable. If you really were my friend, you would step aside and let me have him.
Matthew is not an object to be simply passed around. And even if I did turn him down now, there's no guarantee that he would willingly accept a date with you.
Is that the way it is? Is that how you're going to be? If that's the stance you're going to take, I guess we can no longer be friends.
Nancy, there is no need to be like that.
It's all right. I don't need you anyway. After all, the only reason I kept being your friend throughout all these years was to help you look better. And by showing those around us how friendly I could be to unpopular kids like yourself, I was able to improve my social status.
What? Seriously, where is this coming from?
There's no need to keep talking. I've had enough of you. It's quite apparent that I've wasted my time. You've taken advantage of my kind nature for too long. But I'll tell you this. I am not going to give up on Matthew. We are destined to be together. Elizabeth?
Oh, hey, Nancy.
The other week you said you were planning on moving out of your apartment. Have you gone and moved already?
That? Yeah. I moved just 2 days ago, actually. If you recall, the building I was in has been marked for deconstruction. I had been looking for a place for a while, and luckily something in my scope opened up.
That's a fancy way of putting it.
Fancy?
Don't you mean to say you have moved in with Matthew?
Sorry?
Not only that, you have moved into that new high-rise apartment on Main Street. I knew you liked to live a quiet life and keep your private things hidden away, but trying to keep this a secret was too much. You knew I would find out. It's just so much worse that I had to find out this way. Why couldn't you grow a backbone and tell me yourself?
Hang on, Nancy. What are you talking about? I simply moved from a small one-bedroom flat to another small one-bedroom flat. I don't have the money to rent anything as fancy as Main Street.
Perhaps you rented it in your parents' names. After all, your dad is pretty wealthy. He owns his own company after all. He could easily afford to pay the bond and subsidize your rent.
My father aside, I told you I don't live in that high-rise on Main Street. Also, I am not living with Matthew. My father may own his company, but he definitely doesn't have as much money as you think he does.
You are nothing but a liar. A terrible liar, at that. I can't believe a word you say. It's so unfair. The way you have gone about this is unbelievable. Why is it you and not me living up there? I hate you!
Nancy, just relax a little bit, please. I'm telling the truth when I say I am not living with Matthew. He still lives with his parents, unless that has changed in the very recent past.
Liar! Nothing but lies coming from your wicked mouth. I hate you. You're plain. You're boring. That's the worst combination of traits anyone could have. I bet Matthew is only dating you to try and get his hands on your dad's empire. I feel so bad that he has to sink this low and date someone like you.
Nancy, that is a horrible thing to say.
I have no choice but to try and rescue him from your talons.
Nancy, are you sure you're not confused with someone else? I mean, my Matthew sounds very different to the Matthew in your mind.
That's because you've been lying this whole time. You've told so many lies you can't see the truth anymore. You're not going to fool me.
Nancy!
You just watch. I'll show you. Elizabeth, how is it going? I have something to tell you. I finally got around to getting a little taste of Matthew.
Taste?
Yes, well, actually, It went both ways. I had a little bit of him, he had a little bit of me. I just enticed him a little, and he just couldn't resist taking a little bite. It helped that I was wearing a little bit of slinky dress at the time, too. I didn't have to ask him twice. He practically dragged me out of the room for a little private time.
What are you going on about? Have you lost your mind?
And on top of that, wait till you hear this. That high-rise apartment that you share with him, we have spent numerous afternoons up there together. Just the two of us. I won't bother filling you in on the sultry details.
High-rise apartment? Do you still think that I moved in with him to that apartment building?
I don't think. I know. And I know because he has taken me to your room multiple times.
Yes, but you see, the problem is that I don't live in that high-rise apartment.
Hang on. Stop talking. I am not finished. Anyway, as I was saying, it's such a nice room that I'm here right now. We've just finished another little session. Matthew's taking a shower as we speak.
Seriously, Nancy, what on earth are you talking about?
How do you feel now? You must be pretty angry, right? The double bed that you share with him in the evenings, I've been sharing with him in the afternoons. Sometimes I wonder if you notice the smell. But then I remember that I don't care. Take that, you know, good so-and-so.
Double bed? No, my place isn't large enough to accommodate a double bed. Actually, I have a Murphy bed. It's so space efficient. And on top of everything else, I'm actually in my room right now. And you are definitely not here with Matthew.
What?
And I'm pretty sure Matthew is also at his own place, that is, his parents' place.
Yes, well, your lies aside, how can you be so sure he's at his parents' place?
Because we're playing online games together until about 5 minutes ago.
What? Online games?
That's right. We were chatting online the entire time. I couldn't see his face, but the voice was definitely his.
Again, I say what? I'm pretty sure Matthew doesn't play online games.
He certainly does. You think I'm an online gaming nerd? Well, he is much more into it than I am. In fact, he refuses to play online if the internet connection is slow. So that's why he plays from his parents' place. They have a high-speed internet and fairly decent gaming system set up. Actually, a lot of our dates seem to be held over the internet like this. Of course, we do manage to get out of our houses every now and then, but ultimately the conversation reverts to gaming. And we often go to our respective homes early to jump online again.
Hang on. Hold it right there. Stop.
Yes?
You're telling me that Matthew is into pathetic computer games? Super stylish, sporty, handsome Matthew? And are you saying he is more into gaming than you? It's not possible for anyone to be more of a nerd than you. Now I know you're lying again. Not only does he play basketball and baseball, he was also the captain of the tennis team at college. He would hardly have time for games. Everyone on campus knew him. He was so popular.
Let's see. Okay, first, Matthew was a member of my gamers group at college.
Gamers group? What the hell is that?
And I'm pretty confident that he wasn't involved with any other organizations.
What are you saying?
I'm saying what I've been thinking all along. Is there a chance that the Matthew I'm seeing and the Matthew you're thinking of are not the same person? Now that I think of it, I've never told you his surname, have I? My boyfriend's full name is Matthew Jones. He was in the year below me at college.
Matthew Jones? A year below you?
How about your Matthew? What's his surname?
Matthew Smith from the same grade as me.
Matthew Smith? Yes, well, I hate to say it, but I have no idea who that is.
Really? How can you not know Matthew Smith?
Sorry, the way you describe him makes it sound like he's pretty well known. But you know me, outside of my circle of gaming friends, I really don't know very many people. This really is the first time I've heard his name.
Hang on. So the Matthew who asked you out on a date was
Matthew Jones, a friend from my gaming club.
No way. So where the hell am I? Matthew said this apartment belonged to his girlfriend. Who on earth is she?
Is there anything else you have been able to confirm?
Anything else?
Yes, like what her name is?
I was certain his girlfriend was you. Why would I bother asking her name if I already knew it was you?
I see. Well, I guess this is what happens when you don't pay attention to what your friends say. Instead of heeding my advice, you went running blindly into this relationship.
What's going to happen to me? What should I do?
I hate to say it, but I have no idea. You seem to have gotten yourself into quite a situation. But I am unable to offer any advice at this point. Your best course of action is to ask Matthew Smith. Perhaps he can fill you in on a little bit more.
Oh no! Oh no!
What? What has happened?
His girlfriend has come home. Hell, what am I going to do? Oh no, she's coming this way. Help me! Elizabeth? I don't know what to do. You have to help me. I seem to have gone and pissed off the wrong person.
The wrong person?
Yes, Matthew Smith's girlfriend. His real girlfriend, that is, just happens to be the boss at my new job.
New job? Oh, you mean that fashion designer that accepted your application? You're supposed to start work there in the fall, right?
Yes, and I even met her in the interviews.
That makes sense. She would have to be on a pretty good salary to be able to afford a place in that building.
Now is not the time to be thinking about salary. What am I going to do? She is very upset with me. On top of that, she said she couldn't sleep in the bed anymore now that she knows it's been defiled. She wants me to pay for a new one. She said she paid $20,000 for it. I don't have that sort of money to buy her a new bed. I don't know about that. She demanded that I pay for her to move to a new place. She can't do that, can she?
She has a right to be angry. Demanding you buy a new bed is the least she could do. After all, it wasn't just the fact that you were sleeping with her boyfriend. You did it in her very own bed, in the place that she rented for herself and allowed him to stay in. After he abused her trust and cheated on her right there, of course she would want to move out. Demanding you to pay part of the cost is more than understandable.
Why do you have to say it like that? Why are you on her side? Your best friend is in a lot of trouble here. You gotta help me.
What's that? Best friend? I thought we stopped being friends a little while back.
Not at all.
I'm sorry, but I am in no position or have any inclination to help you out.
What are you saying? You're not gonna help me out? This all came about because I simply confused Matthew Jones with Matthew Smith. It can't all be my fault, right?
You're still failing to see the main problems here. This all started because you tried to steal my boyfriend. Then, when you thought you had succeeded, you contact me and brag about what you had done.
Yes, but it was a different person. I never did anything to your boyfriend. He has come through this unscathed. So where is the problem? You and he still together. He never cheated on you. All's well that ends well.
That's one way of looking at it, but I'm not concerned with the outcome right now. I'm upset with what you were trying to achieve in the first place. That being, you were trying to steal my boyfriend from me.
Why do you need to think about it like that? Don't worry about the process. Worry about the final product.
But also, I am pretty sure that I told you on numerous occasions that you were hooking up with someone that was not my boyfriend. That every time I suggested this, you shot me down and called me a liar, along with other unpleasantries. It's your own fault for not looking into things a little harder. Who are you to try and blame me for any of this?
Yes, but...
But nothing. There's no way I would ever consider rekindling our friendship after the way you've treated me.
Yes, but I really wanted to be with Matthew. I wanted to be with him whatever the cost. Didn't you want me to be happy too? Aren't you afraid of a broken heart too?
Nobody likes getting their heart broken, but what you did was just wrong.
What was wrong about what I did?
Look, even if the Matthew you were interested in was the same Matthew that I was dating, I would have preferred if you were more direct. You should have come straight out and announced your intentions, instead of
sneaking around behind my back and trying to steal him away secretly. If it was the same person, your intentions were to make him cheat on me. That's a pretty diabolical act. Can you see why I'm so upset? Not that it matters now anyway. What's done is done. Given that from the time we met, you were not only ever interested in being my friend to simply raise your own personal profile, and if you think of it that way, then we never really were friends. Tell me, did you ever honestly think of me as your friend? Was I just another pawn in your game?
Oh, well, look, how about this? Let's start over. From today on, let's be best friends, BFF, okay? Now that is settled, will you help me out?
Goodbye, Nancy.
Elizabeth, wait! Don't leave me like that. I told you we could be best friends. Best friends need to look out for each other. Elizabeth? Where did you go? Come on, this is not fair!
Let's start over. Let's be best friends. Sometimes I wonder what Nancy's intentions were when she said those phrases. I told my boyfriend, Matthew Jones, about this episode. His response was, I understand what you're saying, but I really don't know how someone can be like that. Then he said, there really isn't any point thinking too much about it. I'm glad he said that. It made me stop worrying about it, as it really was wasting my time. As for Nancy, as you could expect, things didn't work out between her and Matthew Smith. When word got around about how she had been behaving, her reputation took a severe nosedive. It goes without saying that her job offer was also rescinded. Her parents were horrified to hear what their daughter had been up to. When she was unable to pay the amount being claimed for damages, her parents had to pay it off on her behalf. Of course, they're making her pay it back, little by little. But she's having to work extra time in a fast food restaurant to even try making the payments.
Honey, I am on my way home from the postpartum care center. I really wish you could have been there with me during the delivery. And I also wish you could have spent time with me and the baby at the hospital before I went to the postpartum center and the baby went to the NICU. But I heard you didn't even visit the NICU while I was at the center? I'm with the baby now. When are you going to come and see us? Have you realized it's almost been 3 weeks since the baby was born? The two of us haven't even seen each other in almost 4 weeks.
Have you realized that it's peak season for business right now? While everyone else is working overtime and working 7 days a week, should I be the only one to drop out and not help them? I'd be the company slack off. I'd be the weakest link, and the first to get canned if there were any budget cuts again at the end of the year. More than that, I'm the friggin' owner. Obviously, it will look awful on my part if I skip out like that while all of my employees are working 7 days a week.
But your wife gave birth. This is normally seen as a significant life event. I'm sure that your company, including all of your employees, would completely understand if you skipped 1 day to spend time with your wife and newborn baby.
You're acting like this baby is our firstborn. It's our second. The birth of a second baby is not viewed in the same way. If I made such a big deal about this, I'd also become the laughing stock of the company. Do you think my company is just some place I go to kick back, put my feet up, and hang out? You probably wouldn't understand it, but you have to take responsibility for your duties as a breadwinner. You can't just get a well-paying job these days by simply snapping your fingers. So it's my responsibility to do all that I can to keep it. I have no idea why I'm even trying to explain this to you. You're just an unemployed housewife. You wouldn't know.
Why wouldn't I know? Have you forgotten that I used to make more than you? And I'll be going back to doing just that again when I return to my company next week. And how dare you think that the birth of our first child is any more important than the birth of our second? Do you have any idea what a miracle our second baby is? She spent 3 weeks in the NICU and she's going to be able to go home soon. This baby fought for her life and survived, yet her own father is treating her as she isn't even his own. How can you be so cold?
A big deal.
What?
Do you know how many babies around the world have done that? That's what the NICUs are for. If this was the 1500s or something, then sure, fine. She's a miracle baby. I really had no idea that this baby was gonna be a girl. I even had a dream about it being another boy. This is such a disappointment.
Do you realize what you're saying right now? Are you drunk or high or something? How can you talk like this about your baby? You know damn well that I told you I asked the doctor to tell me the gender before I gave birth. I told you the result, and she'd be a girl. Did you actually completely ignore that because of a stupid dream?
Don't you know how often technology, lab tests, and things like that malfunction and come out wrong? It happens all the time. I really figured the docs were wrong this time too, but dang, looks like they got it right for once. Unfortunately.
Why are you so obsessed with only having sons? And you already have a son, so what's so awful about our second being a daughter? We now have one daughter and one son. It's perfect.
Do you seriously think it's good enough to only have one son? In this crazy world, there are shootings, bombings, car accidents, diseases, and things happening all the time. If you lose one son to something like that, you need to have another one to take his place. So the more sons you have, the better. It has been that way for centuries, and it's still relevant today.
How can you talk so morbidly? I seriously cannot believe this conversation anymore. And what are you, some king afraid of losing his heirs? What kingdom do you even have to pass down to those sons?
My parents' restaurant? I'm going to be opening some new locations soon. I need sons to pass the franchise down to, don't I? There is no way in hell that I will be handing it over to some random stranger.
You have 3 siblings, and they all have 2 sons. Wouldn't they be good enough to be heirs as well? And why the heck does an heir need to be a son anyway? Can't our daughter just do the same if she wants to? Jeez, earlier you were making me sound old-fashioned, but look at you now. Ugh, whatever. I'm sure you'll change your tune when I come home with the baby later this afternoon. She'll have you wrapped around her little finger the second you see her.
You're coming today? No, don't come here. I don't need another little whining female in this house, so take her to your parents' place and raise her there.
What the hell?
I'm saying I'll raise our son and you'll raise the daughter.
So, are you saying you want a separation? You want to live separately and destroy our marriage and family like this? Our son is only 3 years old. You're suggesting that he should grow up without his mother?
Mothers always favor their daughters over their sons anyway. Isn't it less hurtful for him if he simply doesn't have his mother's love rather than seeing it being stolen by a good-for-nothing sister? I'll raise our son well with the help of my parents, so you go off and live with your own and raise your daughter over there. Oh, and on your way back to your parents' house, stop at the lawyer's office and sign the divorce papers.
Divorce? I know what this is about. You've been having an affair with another woman this whole time, haven't you? I never would have imagined that you would be one of those disgusting scumbag creeps who goes off and plays around with another woman while their wife is pregnant. You're a low-life man-slut!
Whoa, hey now, that is a bit much. I just don't have the time and money to be married to a wench who's gonna have daughters.
You think you're God's gift to woman, but you should know that I worked hard all this time to put up with your ugly mug and dorky weakling appearance while I was apparently conned by your fake personality. The heck with the food service industry. Maybe you should drop that and start pursuing acting, you backstabbing snake. I can't believe I fell for your act for so many years. If it's a divorce you want, then fine. I'm glad. I'll be happy to sign the papers as soon as possible. But just be aware that I am not giving up on my son. I will be fighting for his custody and I will win. I will be the one raising my son to be a much better man than you. He'll be a real man.
Yeah, right. Why would I ever allow my son to be handed to you? And what gives you the slightest idea that you could possibly ever win a custody battle? I guess whatever drugs they gave you at that place hasn't worn off yet. You must still be high on the antidepressants. Bring my son to me right now. Didn't I tell you? I will never hand over my son to you willingly. How dare you take him from me without my permission? You've kidnapped him. I'm gonna report this to the police immediately.
I'm very sure I told you something as well. I will fight for the custody of my son. Kidnapping? You must be joking. He is my son. I am the one who carried him for 9 months in my stomach. How can a mother be accused of kidnapping her own son?
And why are you so obsessed with having custody over him when you could go on and have more sons with that other woman? Oh, I get it now. She's infertile, isn't she? Is that why you're fighting back so much custody?
What are you talking about?
You know exactly what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that useless girl you had your affair with not only sucks at cooking a decent meal for my poor son, she also cannot even give him a half-brother or sister. I guess a slut like that really is only good for sleeping around with, huh?
That's enough. You know nothing about her to be calling her that and making those groundless assumptions. She is an innocent, pure, and good woman. Leave her out of this.
Oh, wow. How romantic you've become. So you two fell in love and wanted to get married for a while now, but I was in the way? Then sign off on the divorce agreement, pay the alimony, and go on your merry way. Just don't leave that girl high and dry when she has a daughter, too. Do you really still think of yourself as a father? I'd be so ashamed if I were you.
Is it a sin to truly fall in love? I can't help it if a younger, prettier, sexier woman came along after I had already agreed to settling with you. Isn't it human nature for any man to be more attracted to a woman like her over something like you? Just because two people get married, it doesn't mean they have to be stuck together for life. That's why they created the divorce. Besides, love never lasts forever anyways. Please tell me you don't believe in that garbage. Everyone gets bad luck, messes up, and makes mistakes in this world. Like how I met you, liked you, and agreed to settle for you because I didn't know I could do better. By the way, most of this is your fault anyways for being so lacking and unattractive. You have got to take responsibility too. I really don't understand why I should have to pay a single penny of alimony.
Oh my god. You had an affair! So you're going to automatically be ruled as being at fault. You're the bad guy, not me. You have to pay alimony. Do you seriously know nothing about how any of this works?
You have no proof that I had an affair, do you?
You just admitted it, you idiot. Actually, I have plenty of evidence.
I've been seeing her since you left to spend your last month of pregnancy at your parents' house. How could you have collected evidence while you were 9 months pregnant and then recovering at the postpartum care center? Don't make me laugh anymore. My stomach hurts.
You're a great and wonderful saint. Girlfriend gave me all the proof I need.
What?
Oh, wait, no. She didn't give it to me. Actually, she sold it to me. I told her I'd give her $1,000 for some photos of the two of you together. She sent them to me within minutes.
What? No way. There is no way that she would do that. There's no reason for her to do such a thing.
What do you mean there's no reason? She said she was planning on breaking up with a plain and boring guy like you anyway. She was just using you for money and gifts this whole time. So I pitched in an extra $1,000 and now her business is finished with you.
Did she really say that? I don't believe it.
You brought a woman to her home while I was giving birth to our second child and being treated for severe postpartum depression. You had an affair during all of this with my poor firstborn son in the house, starting to think that that piece of crap tramp was his real mother. You are the one that no one can believe here. I heard an earful from your own mother, by the way. She told me that little wench couldn't even change a diaper without her help. She would go running to her crying and all freaked out daily because our son had a poopy diaper and she was afraid to change it. She gave up on cooking meals, so she had been ordering takeout every day and getting rid of the packages before you could see them. And on top of that, this whole time, your mother, that your conniving gold-digging mistress was, my son's nanny. You should have seen the look on her face when she came and met me at the postpartum center and I told her the cold, hard truth. I thought she'd be staying in the hospital next. Then again, I can't help but laugh at the karma in all of this. Your mother was always such a witch to me. She always dropped in unannounced while I was pregnant and still trying to take care of my son. She'd go on and on about everything I wasn't doing right and how nothing in the house was up to her standards. She was a nightmare of a mother-in-law to have, and boy am I glad to be rid of her now. But do you really think there's any way that any other woman would put up with her? If that mistress of yours ever did the slightest thought of settling down with you, it's obvious your mother ruined that possibility. I don't blame your little tramp for wanting to get out of that hell. Pronto.
You better stop insulting my mother. She's the only one who cares about my happiness and wants the best for me. She's a good mother who thinks love is the most precious thing in the world. Can you blame her for trying to fix all of your faults to try and make my life better?
You said she thinks love is precious. Didn't she abuse you as a child and spend a fair amount of time in the slammer after your teachers found out?
What are you talking about now?
Is a mother who beats up her son to the point where he goes to school with a black eye and bruises a loving mother? There's no way I am ever letting that witch get near my son again. By the way, I wasn't planning on using this, but it looks like the rotten apple didn't fall far from the tree because I saw that you've been mistreating our son. I saw you threw out his toys just because he didn't clean them up the second you told him to. You scream at him all the time too for the dumbest reasons, and then your mother slapped him 10 times saying that he was crying too loud. Should I pull that card out for all to see?
What? Wait, how do you know about that? And how do you have proof what happened at the house?
She threw the recording into our deal for an extra $1,000. You two had no idea she recorded it on her phone. She said she was originally holding onto it for insurance just in case you got all clingy or tried to threaten her when she broke up with you later. Instead, she sold it to me, and I've been holding onto it as my final playing card in case the custody ruling starts to sway in your favor. But I couldn't stand holding onto it anymore, so the cops have it now. So that little slut made $3,000 off of this. She makes quite good business, I'd say.
What? That crazy witch actually did that? After she said she truly loved me and would do her best to try and raise my son as well? I can't believe this.
What you really wouldn't believe is that you were even human if you saw yourself in this video. Who would have known such a seemingly useless wench would be so helpful in the end? Well then, how about quietly signing the papers and handing over my son's custody along with $20,000 in alimony?
What? $20,000?
Oh, and you'll be paying child support for 2 kids now, so you better start budgeting, well, so you can pay it on time. Oh, and with the child abuse charge, there's a chance you'll be in jail, so maybe you just better send it all to me now in a lump sum.
What? Why would I go to jail for something like that?
Do you really think what you did is not a crime? It's a serious crime. It goes on your record, and you go on a list with all the other disgusting beasts who stoop so low as to mistreat a child. Your reputation is going to be completely ruined. Do you understand now? Be a good boy and do as the officers say. I'm sure they'll be there soon. After that, I divorced my ex-husband and won the custody rights of both of my children, and I am receiving plenty of alimony and child support. I won the house too, but I couldn't stand to spend 1 minute there, so I sold it quickly for a very pretty price. My ex got absolutely nothing from our agreement except for his car and old clothes. He can't even use those things currently though, because both he and his old hag of a mother are currently spending their days behind bars for what they did to my son. I have no intention of ever forgiving either of them for what they did to my son while I wasn't there. I currently have my son in therapy. I will do my absolute best to make sure that he does not grow up scarred by what they did. And I will definitely find a good, honest man to show both of my children what a real father is. Thank you so much for watching and listening to the story. If you enjoyed this video, please like and subscribe for more.